There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer and meditation. You may be seated. The Honorable Acting Premier, Leader of Government Business, MECs, Honorable Members of the House, the officials that is sitting there, the guests that have joined us for today, you are most welcome, and those joining us on the social media platform, to the second day of this week's House sitting. Yes, we've got a marathon of motions in front of us today, as well as, very importantly, questions and then the other order papers that is on here. Let's hope that we can deal with all of these issues where we are. Once again, honorable members, I'm noticing that there are members who are not appropriately dressed in accordance with Rule 79.1. I therefore, my apologies, that we, in terms of Rule 102, that they are contravening the standing rules, and we will then refer them to the Ethics Committee to deal with that matter. Now, honorable members, we will come to the notices of motion. The first one will be from Honorable Malamlela, followed by Honorable Makashela, then Honorable Anil Kumar, followed by Honorable Fishlani, then Honorable Makashela again, and then Honorable Makashela again. So, Chief Whip, you've got 3 motions. You can indicate to me if at the second one you would want to deal with all of them. I will allow you that opportunity. If you feel you want to do all 3 of them, and then Honorable Mbonyana, and lastly Honorable Khabe, in that order. Quite a number of them. So Honorable Malamlela, usually Honorable Malamlela sits this side, yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and good afternoon to all members of the House. Honorable Speaker, I move without notice in terms of Rule 130 that the House observe that local industries and re-industrialization programs are a central pillar that keeps the economy running and in relatively good shape and condition. Acknowledge that the relaxation of trade regulations by South Africa had the unintended consequences of flooding the local market with fake goods and illicit drugs. Note that this has had a negative effect on the viability and sustainability of local industries, and thus economic development and prosperity. Also note that the disastrous effect that the importation and or local manufacturing of prohibited drugs has had and has had on the physical and mental health well-being of the youth in the country and the world. Acknowledge the various government policies and programs directed at protecting local industries and combating illicit goods and drugs. Urge the government to continue to strengthen its policies and programs in this regard. Call on communities to work with government and law enforcement agencies in reporting trade in illegal goods and drugs. Hold those foreign traders who respect the country's laws and regulations in high esteem and, and deference. I so move, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Malamlela. Honorable members, this is a motion without notice. I have to put this motion to the House for adoption. Okay, thank you. Honorable Makashela, Chief Whip.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to you, the Acting Premier and the members of the Executive, the Honorable members of this august House and the guests. Honorable Speaker, I move without notice in terms of Rule 128, subsection 1 and 129, that the House notes and mourns the passing of struggle stalwart and former member of this House, Mr. Sam Mazosiwe. I also note that Comrade Piwo Sam Mazosiwe, like many in his province, was born from humble beginnings. However, he was to distinguish himself and lived an extraordinary life which permanently changed the course of history for the better. Comrade Mazosiwe was born at Dorrington location at Bofolo, now known as Maqoma. He went through local primary schools and further attained junior and matric certificates in Lawson Secondary School and Jabavu High Schools, respectively. Conditions compelled him after matric to find means to support his parents, and he found employment in Ciskei Territorial Authority. But the desire to study in him was forever reverberating, and he continued studying privately to advance his academic career. The unburning desire inside him to change the conditions of his people for the better and end the brutal system of oppression and apartheid was a product of teachings and influences, amongst others, by Tatu Dawet and Reverend Makengesi Stofile from Bofolo and Digen, respectively, as his political mentors. As a result, he was immensely involved in the ANC underground work and an activist of United Democratic Front and non-racial sport led by SACOS. In pursuing non-racial sport, he played for Zwelitsha All Blacks, Amabola Ntaba as a star left winger, where he got KCD and Border Rugby Union colors. While in Zwelitsha, Comrade Mazosiwe took up the civic struggles, which led to him serving as Border Sanko regional leader. Not only has Comrade Mazosiwe distinguished himself as a disciplined cadre of the African National Congress, he served the ruling party and the people of this province and country with distinction in various capacities where he was deployed. He did a sterling work whenever he was asked to serve, having served as a senior member of SANCO, member of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature, MEC of local government, and a member of parliament in the National Assembly. Comrade Mazosiwe distinguished himself as a rare breed, and at all times he did put people first and subordinated his personal interest to those of the people as a whole. We have lost a valuable asset, intellectual giant, gallant fighter, a man of the people. We pride ourselves in his soft-spokenness, simplicity, and humility. We have lost a dedicated cadre, someone who was always ready to roll up his sleeves and work in the interest of the people of South Africa. We convey and extend our heartfelt condolences to the Mazosiwe family, relatives, friends, and his colleagues in the African National Congress and SANCO on losing a long-standing dedicated member. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable members, I put the motion without notice. Thank you. Honorable Anil Kumar.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me greet you and the House at large in the name of our profound organization, African National Congress. Honorable Speaker, I move without notice in terms of Rule 130. This House notes that we draw the closure of the Human Rights Month in South Africa. We must reflect on the progress and we have made as a nation in promoting and protecting the fundamental rights of South African citizens. We also note that this year's theme, consolidating and sustaining human rights culture in the future, is a reminder that the struggle for human rights is ongoing, and we must remain vigilant in efforts to uphold the values of our Constitution. We also acknowledge that our Constitution is hailed one of the most progressive constitutions in the whole world, and it is the ultimate guarantor of the human rights. Human Rights Month should serve as a month of reflection on the journey we have traversed for liberation and the freedoms we and our people yet to attain. We appreciate that while a lot of progress has been done, but much more is still to be done, and therefore we have to navigate these difficult times. We must strive to realize the rights of South Africans as enshrined in the Constitution of South Africa. Take note of the 36th President of United States of America, Lyndon Baines Johnson, when he said, "You do not wipe away the scars of centuries by saying, now you are to go where you want, do as you desire, and choose the leaders as you please. You do not take a person who for years has been hobbled by chains and liberate him, bring them to the starting lineup of the race and say, you are now free to compete with others, and still justify that you have been completely fair to the people." So we resolve, as such, be conscious that we have to deliberate in ensuring those who are denied opportunities to be affirmed accordingly. These rights include, but not limited, of freeing the capacities of millions of South African people who never had a real chance to show their mettle. Further, the people of the land should fully enjoy the human rights. Then we must end violence, destitution, and inequality and realize a better life for all. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Anil Kumar. Honorable members, I put the motion without notice for adoption. Can I hear again? Thank you. Honorable Fishlani, Deputy Chief Whip.
Honorable Speaker, I move without notice in terms of Rule 130 that the House acknowledges that the town of Lusikisiki at Ingquza Hill local municipality hosted its first of its kind wedding extravaganza with 5 couples marrying during a special wedding ceremony. Recognize that Nwabisa and Odwa Wopula, in celebration of their 18-year anniversary, opted to extend this good gesture by organizing a dream wedding of 5 couples out of many who wanted to be part of the stay. Note that this saw thousands of people descending on the Lusikisiki College sports grounds on Sunday, 19th of March 2023, to witness the special occasion organized by the owners of the popular events company Bags on Call, which is a BOC, which is led by Nwabisa and Odwa. Note that the popular TV show Our Perfect Wedding is believed to have sent down its crew of 30 members to record the vows of Mzingisi and Nonsondelelo Matwa, Fumanekile and Ntombovu Yohlaliso, Avela and Yolisa Kumalo, Zamuxolo and Akona Mafanya, Wandile and Olona Jombolo in front of the big crowd. Appreciate the contribution made by the families of Odwa and Nwabisa Wopula for their kind gesture and securing sponsorships for such historic contribution that is enhancing family ties, economic injection, tourism, the showcasing of talents within the creative industry, which is aimed at the social cohesion. Understand that Lusikisiki is a town that currently has the highest statistics when it comes to the issues of gender-based violence in South Africa. And they are reintroducing the basics of love to combat this social ill that has plagued our society. They believe that a foundation of a caring and a loving community is based on caring and loving families. Record that this wedding was special in that it affirmed that true love is patient and never time-bound. As these couples remarried together, notwithstanding that they could not afford their dream weddings, and thanks to the kindness of those who supported them, now they have realized their dream weddings. Recognize this wedding as a significance in building families as the most important basic institutions in building sustainable societies and social cohesion. Appreciate that this wedding has contributed immensely in the Lusikisiki tourism, in the local economic development, and put Lusikisiki in the spotlight for the good reasons. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. I put the
Not
motion
done.
without notice for
It's not
adoption.
done.
I'm not sure, Deputy Chief Whip, are you advocating for something? Please do it. I see there are others on the side also clapping, and yeah, you see there. We will all descend on our Tambo in your area very soon. Thank you so much. Yes, perhaps we must debate love more in the legislature. Honorable Chief Whip, you are up again.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I move without notice in terms of Rule 130 that the House observe that this year is the 150th anniversary of the life and times of Nkosi Jongo Msobomvu Maqoma of Amajing. Appreciate that the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture has gazetted the name change of Fort Beaufort to Kwamaqoma as the recognition of heroic deeds of this gallant fighter and leader of the nation. Recognize that the legacy of Chief Maqoma embodies the heritage of the resolute struggle against imperialism, colonialism and domination, and he belongs to the category of selected few who earned the rare privilege of being hailed as the hero of South Africa's struggle on the theatre of struggle. This Xhosa warrior was renowned Xhosa chief of the 19th century frontier wars. The right-hand son of King Nika was a resolute and visionary leader, never shaken by the powerful weapons of the colonizers and thoroughly committed in defending his ancestral home and land. Nkosi Maqoma was involved in 3 frontier wars as a capable military leader, the longest being the 8th Frontier War. The leader of Amajing is recorded to have encountered and convincingly outclassed and defeated the British 12 times. Nkosi Maqoma killed Colonel Thomas Fordyce during the 8th Frontier War. Nkosi Jongo Msobomvu Maqoma was then incarcerated by the illegitimate government and later died in Robben Island with many other traditional leaders, including Makhanda Kancele and David Sturman. In respecting and remembering Nkosi Maqoma, we call on those their town is named after him to appreciate the burden and expectations on their shoulders. Naturally, it is expected that they will emulate the legacy of Nkosi Maqoma and be resolute in defending and advancing the interests of the town, region, province, and the country. By mere association with greatness, only great things are expected to emerge from Maqoma. I so move.
Thank you so much, Chief Whip. Motion without notice, and I call for adoption of the motion without notice. Thank you, honorable members. Honorable Chief Whip.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. I move without notice in terms of Rule 130 that the House note that in an effort to boost economic growth and facilitate the creation of more employment opportunities, the investment conference initiated by the Premier is starting to yield positive results. Further note that in his State of the Province address, the Premier made an announcement that the province has gathered a combined 46 billion rand worth of investment pledges from 11 investment companies towards the end of 2022. Be mindful of the fact that this investment was the biggest ever attracted to our province's economy in 1 year ever since the democratic dispensation. Welcome that as the outcomes of the efforts by the ANC-led government, a third consecutive decrease in unemployment in the province was reported in the quarterly labor force survey for the fourth quarter in 2022. According to the report, the number of employed people increased by approximately 20,000 in the Eastern Cape province, which has been a continuing trend since the beginning of 2020. Be delighted that in terms of the report, the unemployment rate in the Eastern Cape dropped dramatically from 47.9% in quarter 4 of 2020 to 42.1% in quarter 4 of 2022. However, the rate 42.1% still remains the highest in the country, and it is above the national level of 32.7%. Acknowledge that ever since the inception of the sixth administration, 171 billion rand of investment has been attracted. Resolve to applaud these strides and call on the Eastern Cape-led government to continue to intensify the implementation of the broader developmental and transformation strategies to accelerate sustainable employment in the Eastern Cape. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable members, I put the motion without notice for adoption. Thank you. Honorable Mbonyana.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Manbulise kuwe Somlomo, Acting Premier, members of the executive, amalungu onke endlovu somthetho, our guests in the gallery. Honorable Speaker, I move a notice of motion in terms of Rule 130 of the Standing Rules of Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature, that this House notes the following. Number one, according to the research conducted, despite legislation on diversity in the workplace, people with disabilities still do not experience the same access to work opportunities as their counterparts do without disabilities. Number two, the World Health Organization shows that employment rates vary across country. The bottom line, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, is that all over the world, a person with a disability is less likely to be employed than a person without a disability. The past research has found that managers report that they rarely see workers with disabilities in their applicant polls. Number four, the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996, protects the rights of all people in South Africa. Human rights are applicable to all people, therefore, everyone in the country is entitled to human rights by virtue of being a human. Section 9 of the Constitution, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, provides that everyone is equal before the law and has equal protection and the benefit of the law. Number five, no person, including the state and private companies, may unfairly discriminate directly or indirectly on one or more grounds against any person, or one or more grounds including race, gender, color, age, or disability. Section 10 of the Constitution further provides that everyone has the right to have their dignity respected and protected. Lastly, there shall be no discrimination against disabled people, and they shall enjoy equal opportunities in all spheres of life, and they shall be protected against exploitation and all treatment of an abusive or degrading nature. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I propose that the House resolve to debate the matter in light of the suffering and difficult conditions that some disabled people in the province find themselves in. Number two, the slow progress to reach the target of equity in the workplace, including access to this institution. To motivate for robust oversight in the province to ensure that people with disabilities are prioritized in every level of employment. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, to debate that on the available framework that for each employment cycle stage, there should be relevant empirical evidence that people with disabilities are being recognized and all are committed to creating more effective, equitable, and inclusive workplace for all. I so move. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mbonyana. Honorable members, we note the notice of motion, and it will then be debated at a later stage in accordance with Rule 133, subsection 1. The last notice of motion, Honorable Khabe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and greetings to you, honorable members, members of the executive.
Apology, can you just sit down for a second, Chief Whip? Yes?
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. I rise on a point of correction, subject to be corrected as well. I see here the motion would have been presented by Honorable Mbonyana that it's a Rule 130.
No, for me, it's a notice of motion. It's not a motion without notice. Because,
Therefore, we have been given an incorrect...
because it is requiring that the House resolves to debate the matter in light of, whenever you conclude on that, it automatically leads you that it is a notice of a motion. And even our recording is of such, it is a notice of motion.
Thank you. No,
Thank
we
you.
just wanted to be clarified then. That's fine.
Thank you, Chief Whip. My apologies, Honorable Khabe. Continue.
Thank you once more, Honorable Speaker, and greetings to you. Greetings to the honorable members, officials of departments, and guests in the gallery. Honorable Speaker, I move without notice in terms of Rule 130 that the House notes with dismay that the gender gap in South Africa has been a persistent issue for many years. Despite legislation aimed at promoting gender equality, women in South Africa continue to earn significantly less than their male counterparts. According to this recent data, women in South Africa earn an average of 30% less than their male counterparts. Further notes that there have been numerous efforts to address the gender pay gap in South Africa. In 2014, the Employment Equity Amendment Act was passed, which requires companies to report on the gender pay gap within their organizations. This legislation has helped to increase awareness of the issues and encourage companies to take action to address the pay gap. Number 3, it acknowledges that in addition to legislative efforts made, there have been grassroots movements aimed at promoting gender equality in the workplace. Women's rights groups, trade unions, and civil society organizations have been working to raise awareness of the issue and to push for change. Further acknowledges that despite these efforts, progress has been made very slowly. The gender pay gap remains a significant issue in South Africa, and many women continue to struggle to earn a fair wage. More needs to be done to address the underlying causes of pay gap, such as discrimination, unconscious bias, and unequal access to education and training. Therefore, I move that this House resolves on recognizing the persistence of the gender pay gap in South Africa and its negative impact on women's economic empowerment and well-being. Urging the government, private sector, and civil society organizations to take concrete actions to close the gender pay gap, including implementing equal pay policies, conducting gender pay audits, and addressing discriminatory hiring and promotion practices. Government to enforce existing labor laws and regulations that prohibit discrimination against women in the workplace, including the Employment Equity Amendment Act and Basic Conditions of Employment Act. Encouraging the private sector to adopt best practices in promoting gender equality in the workplace, including providing equal opportunities for women in hiring, training, and promotion, and ensuring that women are paid the same as men for the same work. Urging civil society organizations and other stakeholders to advocate for gender equality in the workplace and to raise awareness about the negative impact of gender pay gap on women's economic empowerment and well-being. That the Eastern Cape Provincial Government regularly monitors and report on progress made in closing the gender pay gap in the province and nationally, and to take appropriate measures to address any disparities that may arise. So I move. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honourable Khabe. Honourable members, this is a motion without notice. I put it for adoption. Thank you so much. Honourable members, we have the following member statements received from Honourable Van Vieren, Honourable Makashela, and Honourable Madikizela in that order. The 3-minute rule applies. Please strictly adhere to that. Honourable Van Vieren. My word, my apologies. Thank you so much. Thank you. But I think everybody heard me. So, Honorable Gaia, are you claiming the young lady? Oh, yes. Our future leader. Welcome. Welcome. Honorable Van Vieren, you may proceed. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and good afternoon to all present in the House today. Honourable Speaker, this is on infrastructure of death at our schools. Madam Speaker, how many more children must die and have their bodies recovered from pit latrines before the Department of Education takes action? Over the past 5 years, 1.2 billion in infrastructure funding has been returned to the Treasury because education is incapable of spending that money. Through you, Madam Speaker, I want to ask Premier Mabuyane, he's unfortunately not here today, and MEC Garda, when are they planning to do something about this? Madam Speaker, the MEC is forcing our children to go to the death trap schools. He deprives our children of dignity, forcing them to squat in the bushes for fear of drowning in human feces. He does nothing while his department gives back hundreds of millions each year, as I've indicated, 1.2 billion over the last 5 years. Madam Speaker, year after year, educators cry out for simple things like classrooms with a roof that doesn't leak, lights that work, and walls with no holes in them. These desperate educators get told to use their school maintenance budget. Madam Speaker, our schools are given 36 Rand per learner per year for maintenance. You can't even buy a Happy Meal for that. MEC Garda will most likely blame National Treasury, as he did in a recent ENCA interview, for releasing the funds late. sorry there. To which I asked, was Treasury late every year for 5 years to the value of 1.2 billion rand? Or perhaps it is Minister Angie Mocheka's fault, Madam Speaker, as MEC Gada was quick to throw her under the bus, saying pit latrine eradication is her responsibility. Is it everybody else's fault? It's never the MEC Gada's fault. Meanwhile, our children are sitting in dilapidated schools that should be condemned as unfit for human occupation. If the department had a clear plan to address the crises of infrastructure, especially the eradication of pit latrines, this money would be spent and late payments could be managed.
Honourable Member, your 3 minutes is up.
I
Thank you.
conclude. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Honourable Matkashela.
Madam Speaker, Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, in Section 11, Chapter 2, states in full that everyone has the right to life, and Section 12 guarantees that everyone has the right to be free from all forms of violence from either public or private sources. Madam Speaker, the right to life, safety and security are fundamental rights. As such, the state is obliged to safeguard these rights. These rights are also a precondition for the development of any society, improving quality of life, preservation of human dignity, and enhancing human productivity. In a society with multi-reports of gun violence and murders, the realization of such rights is hanging in a balance. For example, in 2021, the Minister of Police, General Bheki Cele, expressed great concern with the high caliber of firearms found in the possession of civilians around the country, lamenting the threat to public safety, peace and stability that is posed by the irresponsible brandishing and discharge of such ammunition. These facts demonstrate that the criminal justice system has to be supported in fighting and winning the fight against crime. It is against this context that, as the ANC, we applaud instances wherein law enforcement is turning the tide against lawlessness. We are pleased that the organized crime team has arrested 4 outstanding suspects in the New Brighton murder, an incident which shocked the whole province, as 8 people were killed during the birthday party in January this year. Further, the turnaround time for these arrests shows that our South African Police Service is hard at work and on the right track in the war against crime. Going forward, it is imperative that intelligence-driven policing operations need to take center stage, and prosecutions in gun-related crimes need to be accelerated and strengthened with harsher sentences. It is clear that the law enforcement cluster from police, prosecutors and courts must work in unison as we intensify the war on crime as a country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Matkashela. Honourable Madikizela, your 3 minutes starts now.
Honorable Speaker, kings, chiefs, and the entire traditional institution historically has played a significant role in liberating this country. This role of this institution remains critical in the building of society, a society based on values. While we note the role of traditional institutions, we remain concerned on their treatment, lack of political will to resolve their issues. The kings of this province have made the simplest request to have 24-hour protection. The idea the Premier has recommended that they are going to do a risk assessment is a delaying tactic and an unnecessary exercise. The responsibility of the king is above of that of a Premier, MEC, or a mayor. By virtue of their position, they must be afforded a 24-hour protection. Actually, the kings and traditional leaders are the only representatives of the Creator. The bridge between the people and the Creator. EFF wishes to emphasize that EFF wishes to emphasize this protection, Speaker. EFF wishes to emphasize that this House and the responsible MEC take the exercise
Honorable
and
members,
start
not so loud, you're jesting, please.
Thank you, Speaker. EFF wishes to emphasize that this House and the responsible MEC must start to initiate the process of ensuring that the Kings have the 24-hour protection and personal assistants, researchers, permanent drivers, and advisors on different fields, including the field of commerce. So our question is simple, Speaker. Why is the ruling party government is not automatically simple provide the protection? Why are they not afforded staff complement that can fit their needs? Why are they not provided the tools of trade that complements their work? And why often the budget of the Kings and the traditional institution is often released late? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Madikizela. Honorable Acting Premier, you have 15 minutes to respond. You will indicate the relevant MEC to respond to those questions. Can you please do so? Honorable Acting Premier, can you please stand up and identify to us who are the relevant MECs? Can you please and indicate to us? Apology. The Acting Premier is Honorable Ngata. I thought it's the Leader of Government Business. My apology. Honorable Acting Premier, can you please indicate to us?
Akufunekanga uyitsibele le nto, funeka uyinikwe. Socima apho. Thank you, Honorable Madam Speaker. Greetings to you and to members of the Executive Council and honorable members in the House, the HODs and distinguished guests at the gallery. Good afternoon. Thank you with the question. Honorable, I think MEC Gade is going to deal with the one from Honorable Van Vuuren. If I may to talk to the issue raised by the Honorable Chief Whip, the extent of which our government takes serious the escalating levels of lawlessness and people brandishing guns in the public, the work that is done by law enforcement officers, one of the testimonies of such work is that our correctional facilities in the province are 300% overcrowded owing to this work. And as we have mentioned, the recent breakthrough, which is not the first one, which include the cases I highlighted yesterday when I was presenting in my capacity as MEC for Community Safety, high-profile cases, almost all of them, except the Namhla one that remains outstanding, we've been able to make arrests. And we fully agree with you. That is why we are escalating the issues of unannounced raids. We are escalating the issues of roadblock. And even as we approach Easter, during Easter and after Easter, there will be these raids and roadblocks, because we want to ensure that we eliminate illegal firearms in possession, of criminals, but at the same time, getting closer to these people, because some of them, they would be a security company, but they wear balaclava and dark sunglasses. You don't know if they are licensed or not. We're getting closer into that space. SAPS, to ensure that we verify and that people are able to carry, firearms in a more authorized way. That will be the point, and therefore the point is well taken, Honorable Member. And the issue, Honorable Williams is not here, but I can simply say that on the issue of the protection by the Kings, you'll recall that from our side as the ruling party, we're for a unitary state. This semi-federal state with provinces is an outcome of the negotiated settlement. As a result, when we wanted Ingata and others to be on board, we ended to settle for this. As a result, the Western Cape and KZN, they have got their own constitution. And therefore, the security arrangement of the king in KZN is provided in their own constitution. And the kingship is a department, not a directorate in that province. But because of our commitment to this issue of same standards throughout the country, because we are one country, and we are working on what is that book? Handbook, a handbook for the traditional leaders. That has been completed already. What is left is the funding that handbook. So we're not going to do as a province a different arrangement. We're going to work because that exercise must be funded. But as we speak, the kings are provided with a driver stroke protector, are provided with the secretary, and we're the first one to admit that there will be challenges and weaknesses in terms of them, because of their work, needing additional staff. But obviously, through COCTA, we are able sometime to use EPWP to make those kind of additional support. The point is, we are working on the handbook. It has been finalized. What is outstanding is for it to be funded so that traditional leaders are treated the same in the country. They are given the respect they deserve. Yeah, I think Honorable Gadia will tackle that one.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. Good afternoon to you and good afternoon to the honorable members and people from the gallery. Honorable Speaker, I assume the member is referring to the Falbank issue, a kid that was found in a toilet. Let me clarify one thing, that there is a difference between a kid found in the toilet and a kid drowned in a toilet. I would appeal to the honorable member and the people of the province to wait for the investigations on this matter. Precisely because currently we are confronted with a very sensitive information, Honorable Speaker, which will require probably, through your indulgence, that we brought in a report via the portfolio committee on this matter. Because it's for the second time now that I'm observing a thing of that nature in the province. One, that kid was found in a toilet fully dressed. The post-mortem report is indicating that the kid has got head injuries. The kid was found in toilets that she does not belong to, left the toilets that she used to use next to the gates, and she was found after school. And I'm then saying, based on that and the investigations done by the SAPS, in my view, I would request that probably let's wait for that particular process in case we fall in a trap of the Luna case of Mbizana back again. Otherwise, in terms of the pit latrines, toilets that the honorable member is talking to, I was a bit also disappointed, Honorable Speaker, let me be frank on this one, when I arrived in that school, that, by the way, this school does not have a pit latrine. It's the new toilets that have been established via the SAFE program in 2017. And it's not in terms of the standards of the SAFE program, they classify the abolition facilities that we are building in the country. So that's why I'm saying I was a bit taken back, and I thought it was one of those dilapidated infrastructure that we have in the province, only to find that these are the new ones that have just been built in 2017. And the second question that, for the benefit of the members, which is also part of the investigation, is that the kid has not been found in the toilet. The kid is found outside of the toilet in that hole where you suck the waste in a sewage system. Now, which then begins to go back to what I'm saying, Honorable Speaker, that probably, so that we don't jeopardize the investigations that are currently underway in that space, we rather be allowed to bring back the report via the portfolio committee after the internal investigation of the department and also the investigation by the detectives in that particular space. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. Honorable members, we will now go to the questions on the question paper. But before we start there, I think it is important for us just to inform the House that we have 48 questions for the oral reply in IQP4 that was published on the 17th of March 2023, and we have 14 questions for written reply that were transferred to the question paper, and 14 of them are from the Department of Education. In terms of Standing Rule, my apologies, Standing Rule 184, subsection 5, it provides that if a question for written reply is not replied within the time frame set out in Rule 184, subsection 1, the question for written reply must be transferred to the question paper, and the relevant MEC must provide an oral explanation for his or her failure to reply within the time frame and hand the written reply to the table. Honorable MEC Gade, you have missed since December 2022 consecutive responses to the questions. Yes.
No, thanks, Honorable Speaker. Once more, good afternoon to you. Honorable Speaker, let me firmly apologize for the failure of the department and myself in submission. But part of the failure was to make an observation that the standard of the answering itself was not up to scratch, but unfortunately we could not meet the deadlines as a result of that. And I would request that we be given an extra seven days so that we can go back, correct those answers. I do have them, but I was very much unhappy with them because they might mislead this House on a variety of issues. So on the basis of that, I am taking responsibility, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. In future, Honorable MEC, perhaps we must educate again the Chief of Staffs and the PLO that if this is going to continue, and your HOD, that you will continuously be called to apologize. But in that apology, you must submit a written reply when you are doing the oral response, and you must submit it into the House. That is the process. That's not my rules. Those are the standing rules. So I will let you off the hook this time, but I don't think we want to prolong it. It is already embarrassing to the House, not to you, but to this House. Acting Premier, I hope you are taking note of this matter, as well as the Leader of Government Business. We will now go to the question paper. We're setting aside 1 hour for the questions. We know that there will be certain questions that will not have been responded to by the members who will not get an opportunity, but we have been satisfied that we have received all of the responses. So we will start with question 1 from Honorable Botha to the Acting Premier, MEC Ngata.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members. The SAPS role is only when an individual is found by SAPS using a prohibited substance or it is found in his possession. The fact that the child threatens violence is a clear indication that the child has a potential or intends to commit a crime. Therefore, police need to be informed before an offense is committed. This can be categorized as a form of domestic violence, and the matter must be reported to the police, or alternatively, to a social worker to provide appropriate intervention to the child and the affected family members. The mother must open a case on the basis that the child is threatening violence and apply for protection order to be issued as provided for by the Domestic Violence Act. The Child Justice Act provides for a criminal justice system for children who are in conflict with the law and are accused of committing offenses, and therefore SAPS must enforce law as and when threats of violence are made against family members by the child in question, although it is acknowledged that each case is being treated on its merit. The question will be forwarded to the member, the response. Thank you.
Honorable Botha, are you satisfied with the responses?
Honourable Speaker, thank you very much, and thank you to the Acting Premier for the reply. But I would like to have a follow-up question, and it must be stated that this family was initially assisted after my office contacted the department in 2021. Before that, there was no assistance given and forthcoming, even though DSD and SAPS were made aware of the family's situation through correspondence. Nevertheless, will the Acting Premier ensure that there is closer collaboration, intergovernmental cooperation in this specific case between SAPS, DSD, Education Department and the Department of Transport to ensure that this specific situation is looked at and dealt with appropriately? Thank you.
Yeah,
My apologies for that, yes.
Thanks, Honourable Speaker. The point is well taken, and the issue of ensuring coordination will be taken up by the Office of the Premier. And but at the same time, it does not take away the responsibilities of the parents included to report such cases, so that there is a case number for us to use even SAPS to follow up on those issues.
Thank you so much, Acting Premier. Second question from Honorable Zibonda to the Acting Premier, MEC Ngata.
The global medical cannabis market size was valued at $11.0 billion in 2021 and is expected to expand at a compound annual growth rate of 21.6% from 2022 to 2030 to reach $65.9 billion by 2030. South Africa's medical cannabis market size was valued at 87.7 million in 2021, is expected to reach 406.3 million by 2026. The global industrial hemp market was valued at $4.7 billion in 2021 and is expected to grow at a compound annual growth rate of 16.8% from 2022 to 2030 to reach $16.75 billion by 2030. And then the recreational cannabis segments in the world is projected to grow by 14.45% in 2022 to 2027, resulting in a market volume of $37.35 billion in 2027 US dollars. To date, there are 91 hemp cultivation licenses issued by DALRR, Department of Rural Development, for Dr. Da. No, it's not Dr. Da, the Rural Development in the Provincial Department of Land Affairs. This is a cumulative number provided by the department to ECRDA, and the department does not issue the list with details of farmer issued with permit to third parties in line with the POPI Act. For 2023-2024 financial year, the province is investing 10.4 million rand in the form of direct support to farmers. This excludes other competitive bid funding and the blended finance scheme, the ALRED and the Isikalo Youth Fund, that the license holders in the value chain will be encouraged to apply, as well as funding support from local municipalities. Seed investment made by the province guarantees the participation of farmers, majority resource poor black farmers in the cannabis value chain, as well as attracting investment partnerships from the private sector partners with interest in investing in the sector. The private use bill is before Parliament for debate and possible approval that seeks to regulate the recreational and industrial uses of cannabis. Industrial hemp is regulated via the amended Plant Improvement Act of 1976. Prospective entrepreneurs apply for licenses to the Provincial Department of Land Reform as a responsible department for issuing hemp licenses. Medical cannabis is regulated via the Medicine and Related Substance Act, and through the SAHPRA regulates the licensing of cultivation, processing and manufacturing of medicinal cannabis for all prospective entrepreneurs wishing to partake in this subsector. The Drugs and Drug Trafficking Act is still in force, making it illegal to trade in cannabis. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Acting Premier. Honorable Zibonda, are you satisfied with the response?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I have a follow-up question to the Acting Premier. In question 3, you have mentioned that you are going to be investing 10.4 million rands as the province, and with the possibility of the people involved in the cannabis industry to apply for funding from ALRED, Isikalo Youth and local municipalities. Also in question 2, you said DALRAD does not give, National Dr. does not give the list to third parties. Is that not going to hamper our oversight responsibility in making sure that people in the province, or the people who have been playing a role in that sector of cannabis, are not left behind and the correct people do benefit? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Acting Premier.
About the conference, no, can I request, Honorable Speaker, can I request the Honorable Member to give us the question is noted. We'll submit a written response to the Office of the Premier.
I think that will
But
be
it's well taken.
acceptable.
Yeah.
I think that will be acceptable, Honorable Sibonda. Thank you so much. From Honorable Anil Kumar to the Acting Premier. Honorable Acting Premier, Honorable Acting Premier, your third response, response to the third question from Honorable Anil Kumar.
No study has been undertaken on the impact of this program. The impact evaluation will be conducted in 2023-2024 financial year. Yes, there is a causal link between the killings in the rural areas and the stock theft rampant in the province. Thank you.
Honorable Anil Kumar, are you satisfied with the response?
Thank you, Speaker. I think nice short answers, but I'm satisfied.
Thank you, Honorable Anil Kumar. We'll go to question 4 from Honorable Stevenson to the MEC for Community Safety and Liaison. We have received a letter that Honorable Van Vuren is standing in for Honorable Stevenson. MEC Ngata.
The weapons were kept in the small safe that is inside the walk-in safe. And there's about 5 9mm pistols, and that the members will be encouraged to apply for their 108 firearms to maximize the firearm kept in the safe. Although the staff consistently sensitize safety attached to police safety, more emphasis will be given regarding the alertness and more cautious, especially during the night when it comes to the visitors in the building. Counterintelligence has done a risk assessment and their recommendations were sent to the provincial office. That is the SAPS office.
Honorable Van Vuuren, are you satisfied with the response?
I'm satisfied.
Thank you so much, Honorable Van Vuuren. Question 5 from Honorable Stevenson to the MEC for Community Safety and Liaison.
Lifestyle audits are a risk management activity aimed to prevent and detect risk of fraud, corruption, and unethical conduct within the public service. It is conducted during the financial disclosures by DPSA to identify the conflict of interest so that corrective measures can be implemented when necessary. To determine if the lifestyle audit of an employee is corresponding with that of the employee's income, and also to prevent and detect fraud and corruption in the public service. Lifestyle audits are a critical and legitimate management tool and forms part of the department's system of risk management. Since 1st April 2021, conducting lifestyle audits in the public service has become compulsory for all national provincial departments of government. And it can be done as an urgent matter on request by DPSA where need arises in order to enhance an investigation or be able to conclude it. An investigator may require the assistance of an auditor to identify assets that could be clarify the unexplained wealth of an employee, or to identify potential proceeds of an unlawful activity. A lifestyle audit, in essence, is an objective evaluation of an individual's standard of living versus his or her income done by auditors. And as such, the audit expresses an opinion derived by applying audit sampling methods as governed by legislation and complying with audit standards. And conducted during the year, it must be finished by December for submission to DBSA by January when done, or when a lifestyle review indicates a red flag. An investigation is started to prove an allegation, to clarify an unexplained wealth of an employee, lifestyle standards of living that appear to exceed the income. An investigator may require the assistance of a professional auditor to conduct a lifestyle audit. It is conducted annually and on observation of lifestyle of an employee, top management in this case, or reports emanating from whistleblowers or tip-offs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. Honorable Van Vuuren, are you satisfied?
I'm entirely satisfied, Honourable Speaker. Can the MEC just forward those responses to me, please?
Thank you. From Honorable Keleko to MEC responsible for Community Safety and Liaison, Honorable Fishlani is standing in for Honorable Keleko.
Thank you, Akit. It's a long, long one. I'll just read the first part and then hand it over. It's quite a detailed, comprehensive response. So I have to say that the Department of Community Safety has hosted social crime awareness campaigns during the Child Protection Month through a youth empowerment and school safety program where the special focus also included youth and children with disabilities from various special schools in the province. 4 special schools were identified by the Department Special Programs Unit. Alfred Nzo, Nolita Special School, O.R. Tambo, Afata, Tsofimvaba, Gandhi Combined School, and Amatole Fundisa Special School. And the following educational programs were focused on the following areas: drug and substance abuse, gender-based violence. And the response, Honorable Speaker, is as comprehensive, will be forwarded to the member without reading the whole list of issues, if it's acceptable.
Thank you. Thank you, MEC. Honorable Fihlani, do you accept the response? Thank you. We'll go to the 7th question asked by Honorable Mkhaga to the responsible community safety and liaison. Honorable Fihlani is also standing in.
Establishment of serious and violent crimes task team dealing with the multiple murders. Establishment of an anti-gang unit dealing with the murder and attempted murder cases. The DPCI unit dealing with police killings, and the general detectives dealing with all other investigations. And it has been realized that these murders are hit murders with the intention of cashing out insurance policies. And SAPS has now sensitized the policy companies to be kept on hold any cash payment until the investigation is finalized. Therefore, it is no longer lucrative business for the hit murderers. Building relationship with the community through spiritual crime prevention program. The mass killings and the hit murders are being investigated by a specialized investigating unit. And there is a linkage project where all the stations with common suspects are brought together by the local criminal record center and crime intelligence. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. Honorable Mkhaga, are you satisfied with the response? Yes, Honorable, you came in at the tail end. Honorable Fihlani was going to stand in for you. Yes, so I must ask actually Honorable Fihlani if she's satisfied with the response. Question 8 from Dr. Knutze, towards the MEC responsible for cooperative governance and traditional affairs. Honorable Van Vuren will also receive that response. Just press the correct button, and next to you, there's it's only a button.
Hey, ndiphele ndibomvu namhlanje. Good afternoon, Honorable Speaker. To the question that was raised, it's one, whether he can kindly name the municipalities which are supplied by the Amatola Water Board. The response is Buffalo City Metro, Amatola District Municipality, Ndlambe Municipality, Joe Gabi, O.R. Tambo District Municipality, Makana, Ndlambe Municipality, Dr. Beyers Nodia Municipality, and Kukama. And the second question is, with regards to one above, how many municipalities owe Amatola Water Board in excess of 30 days? And which municipalities are these? It's Buffalo City owes 4.4, Amatola District Municipality 11.6, Joe Gabi District Municipality 5.5, O.R. Tambo District 62.9, Makana 10 million, and Ndlambe 237,011 cents, and Dr. Beyers Nodia 1.5. And the third question is, how many does each of the municipalities owe Amatola Water Board for more than 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, and 120 days? It's Buffalo City, it's Amatola District Municipality, Joe Gabi, O.R. Tambo Makana, Dlambe and Dr. Beas, and these are the amounts for 30 days, 60, 90, and 120. And the last question, number 4, khona ke le ndithetha ongumntu otolikayo. How many of these municipalities do not have payment arrangement in place to repay the overdue monies owed to the Amatola Water Board? They had made arrangements with Makana and they have honored the payment terms. The balance is interest and the amount that they are in disagreement with. And the second municipality, it's Amatole District Municipality. And they've made arrangements with Amatole, but Amatole never honored that arrangement. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Acting MEC. Honorable Van Vuren, are you satisfied with the response?
I'm satisfied, Speaker.
Thank you so much. The 9th question is from Honorable Sondaba to the Acting MEC Peters for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. May I just guide the Honorable MECs when responding? It's not necessary to read the question again. Just go straight to the response, please. Thank you.
Baie dankie, Speaker. As an attempt to attend to unemployment in the province, the department has advertised 20 positions of interns for the duration of 24 months to be placed in the district support centers as well as head office. Main focus is on youth with technical and public administration qualifications, namely on valuations, land survey, spatial planning, ICT, HRM, communication, research, internal audit, municipal capacity building. This program targets youth who have not been on an internship program. The stipend is 6,000 per month. This process is being finalized and will be completed by end of March 2023.
Thank you, Honorable Acting MEC. Honorable Sondaba, are you satisfied with the response?
Satisfied, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Before I go to the 10th question, I've just forgot something in my opening remark. It's today the birthday of Honorable Dlelanga. We won't ask you how old you are, but I've seen he's posted for pictures. Quite young, I'm not sure if he's the youngest in the house. Just from the pictures, I said that just from the pictures. I hope you are having a beautiful birthday, Honorable Dlelanga. My apologies for keeping you in the house today. You must blame the Chief Whip for that. 10th question from Honorable Sondaba to the MEC responsible for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Acting MEC Peters.
Thanks, Speaker. Number 1, awareness training has been conducted on the local government anti-corruption strategy and municipal integrity management framework, wherein a 2-day roll-out session was conducted for each municipality targeted during the period of 2022-2023 financial year. Fraud prevention plan of the municipality is implemented by focusing on the fraud risk assessments if the register is in place to ensure a review. A local government anti-corruption assessment tool was also completed and submitted by the municipalities, wherein this tool serves as a monitoring mechanism to establish how the municipalities are progressing towards combating fraud and corruption in their various institutions. And number 2, there are still 10 more municipalities where awareness sessions on the local government anti-corruption strategy and municipal integrity management are to be conducted, and those are planned for the upcoming financial year 2023-2024. It must, however, be noted that out of 10 municipalities targeted, some were conducted during the time of hard lockdown, wherein the awareness had to be conducted on a virtual platform, but seeing the positive impact physical awareness trainings had on the other municipalities, we had to include the municipalities that were conducted on virtual platform into our plan to conduct a physical awareness training for them. 29 municipalities have been supported thus far by the Department on the Local Government Anti-Corruption Strategy and municipal integrity management framework. Supported municipalities are as follows. They are stated here up to 29 municipalities.
Thank you,
Honorable
Acting
Speaker.
MEC. Honorable Sondaba, are you satisfied with the response?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I'm satisfied. I've been
Thank you so
forwarded
much.
with a written response. I've been forwarded with a written response.
Thank you so much. The 11th question from Honorable Ndabeni to the MEC responsible for economic development, environmental affairs and tourism, MEC Mvoko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The three provincial entities have set a combined target of attracting investment with a value of 1.39 billion and 15 new investors in the province. There is a table attached to the response where it indicates the investment amount for Kucha Development Corporation is 540 million, with 10 investors. For East London IDZ is 500 million with 3 investors, and for ECDC is 350 million with 2 investors. There is an explanation that this will be built on the success of the last provincial investment conference in attracting investment in the provincial priority sectors. Now, the Provincial Investment Council will be formally launched in the next financial year, and some of the areas of focus for the Provincial Investment Council will be to strengthen public and private sector coordination and provide wide planning, reporting, operation, and implementation of investment activities. 2, to improve the interface and coordination between government and industry players on trade and investment matters. 3, to enhance and improve the regulatory environment for ease of investment in the province. And 4, lastly, to propel diversification of economic drivers in the province. Further on, talk about the recently established South Africa one-stop shop in the province, which will also be linked with other satellite one-stop shops that we intend to establish through the province in districts, as well as the recently established at Nelson Mandela. So investment attraction and promotion efforts are at the center of the provincial strategy and will help the province attain the stated 5-point objectives of economic growth and job creation. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. Honorable Ndabeni, are you satisfied with the response? Thank you so much. Question 12 from Honorable Keleku, also to the MEC of Economic Development, Environmental Affairs and Tourism. Honorable Fihlani will stand in for the Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. With regards to question 12, the department does not have a separate policy on youth preferential procurement. However, in order to comply with the preferential procurement regulations of 2022 that came into effect from 16th January 2023, the department reviewed its supply chain management policy to include the specific goals as contemplated in section 2(1)(d) of the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act of 2000, which may include contracting with persons or categories of persons historically disadvantaged by unfair discrimination on the basis of race, gender, and disability, including the implementation of programs of the Reconstruction and Development Program as published in the Government Gazette number 16085, dated 23rd November 1994. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, MEC Mvoko. Honorable Fihlani, are you satisfied? Thank you so much. Question 13 from Honorable Van Vieren to the MEC responsible for education, MEC Gade.
Once more, good afternoon to you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the research of the basic education in 2019 indicated that in the country we have got 6,000 plus schools that have got pit latrines. And out of that 6,000 is 1.5 and 98. That was our share as a province then in 2019. And up to today's date, out of that 1598, we have been able to deal with 652. Precisely because of the lapse of the 2 years, the COVID ones, when the industry was closed. So we could not be able to deal with that. Two, out of those that were affected from the question, Honorable Speaker, is 959, which has got grade R's in terms of the allocation and also in terms of the classification on schools. In 2021, we have been able to deal with 262. 2022, 172. Currently, we have just completed now, 482. Yes, 482. So in essence, it means the SAFE program have covered about 600 schools in the province out of that 1.5 that was identified in the research of 2019. Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, MEC Gade. Honorable Van Vieren, are you satisfied with the response?
Yes, but I do have a follow-up. I want to thank MEC Gade for giving me the answers. I thank you, sir. On question 13, Honorable Gade, in the past 5 years, what strategic changes has the department implemented to speed up infrastructure delivery in the province? And have these changes been successful? I thank you, ma'am.
Now, Honorable Van Vieren, that is a totally new Honorable members, please. That is a totally new question. It's not, its relevancy is not to any of the specific questions that you have posed here. You can ask that question either in the portfolio committee or write directly to the MEC. Question 14, also from Honorable Van Vieren to the MEC responsible for education.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. There are 2,564 schools with municipality yard connections. However, it is also noted that there are challenges with the constituency of the water supply by municipalities due to the various issues such as droughts and capacity of the municipalities. In addition to that question, Honorable Speaker, is that schools are relying solely on the provision of water by the districts as the institutions authorized to do that, except for Sarapatman, where you have got local municipalities that are service authorities in terms of provision of water. We have actually given the total of the schools that the member was referring to, which is 2,564 that are provided with the water by the local municipalities via the service as rendered in that particular ministry. Thanks, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much. Honorable Van Vieren, are you satisfied with the response?
I'm satisfied.
Thank you so much. Question 15 from Honorable Fihlane to the MEC for Education.
My apologies, Honorable Speaker, I've got a lengthy document here. I was trying to locate 15. The department, Honorable Speaker, collaborated with the Government Pensions Administrations Agency to train all the districts on the management of the exit benefits, which has been always a thorn in the flesh of the department. We have conducted the advocacy and also updated the employees' information, which was also part of the problem in relation to the files that has been migrated from districts, and also provided the notice to districts in terms of the 6 months period before an individual has to be exiting the system. And lastly, the distribution of the age report on employees turning 55 to 65 to all districts has been done, so that you manage the transition. Because sometimes when we experience the shortcomings on the HR processes, it so appears, Honorable Speaker, as if we're not aware that employees has got an arrival date and a date of exit. So that's why we then have to improve the system such that we are able to deal with that. Also, the issue of the leave gratuities, Honorable Speaker, the department, which is owing to employees precisely because of the accruals that probably in various years we have not been able to pay, and for a number of reasons that are cited in the report, which I won't waste time. I will forward the information to the honourable member.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Honorable Fihlane, are you satisfied?
Thank you, MEC, for the response to you, Honorable Speaker. But just to put it, that it is really not welcome that the people would work and they are known their time of the exit and they do not get any salaries, because that's what is happening. Some do not get anything after they have worked for so much for that department. If you can follow up in the official so that they make sure that they do all the necessary due diligence. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Fihlane. Question 16, also from Honorable Fihlane to the MEC responsible for education, MEC Gade.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. My apologies. We are aware, as the department, in terms of the constitutional obligation to protect the lives of the learners and also the cognizance of the initial obstacles and and also the progress made under the SAFE program. Since the announcement of the president in 2018 to respond on the crisis that I've already alluded into, which resulted to the birth of the SAFE program by the DPE in 2018, Honorable Speaker. And again, DPE currently has conducted the SAFE commendable in terms of the statistics that I have already alluded in the previous questions, except for the 2 years, 2019 and 2020, because of the event of the COVID, where we have to stop some of the projects that were on site, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much. Honorable Fihlane, are you satisfied? Thank you so much. Question 7 from Honorable Tikane Gotiwe to the MEC responsible for education.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. Yes, indeed, again, Honorable Speaker, annually hundreds of schools are damaged by the incident of weather conditions, especially in the changing climate changes in the country. And the question at hand now is the 46, if I'm not mistaken, schools that are affected in the area of Port St. John's. So I am conceding on that question. However, the advent of the climate change that we are also talking to has made it difficult for us to be able to sustain the infrastructure maintenance. Would have to reprioritize the budget accordingly. In 2022-2023 financial year, 120 schools were included in the emergency and disaster rehabilitation program undertaken by the Department of Education and as well the Department of Public Works as an implementing agents. Just to respond on the issue of the maintenance of the already existing institutions, so that you don't build one school on the other side and you have got 10 dilapidated schools on the other side. So that rehabilitation program was meant to respond into the maintenance of the already existing public property and schools that we have. As DOE, we have allocated 52 projects, of which 23 has been completed with an expenditure of 88.5 million currently, as part of ensuring that we deal with this crisis, both in terms of the disasters and also in terms of sustaining at least and maintaining the infrastructure that we have before it becomes more expensive for government. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much. Honorable Tikana Gotiwe, are you satisfied with the response?
I'm satisfied, thank you.
Thank you. Question 18 from Honorable Kasim to the MEC for Finance. Honorable Van Vuren is standing in for Honorable Kasim. Question 18.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. 7 or 19% out of 36 delegated municipalities are implementing unfunded budgets during the financial year of 2022-2023. The municipalities are Amatole District Municipality, Amahlati Local Municipality, Walter Sisulu, Dr. Beyers Nodie, Raymond Mhlaba, Enoch Nkijima, Chris Hani District Municipalities. And all municipalities have submitted budget turnaround plans. And for the past 5 years, from 2018-2019 until 2022-2023, the municipalities that I mentioned earlier have been adopting unfunded budgets. And during this period, only Chris Hani District Municipality and Amahlati managed to adopt funded budgets. Chris Hani was able to adopt a funded budget during the financial year of 2020-2021, and Amahlati only managed to adopt a funded budget during the financial year of 2018 and 2019. However, they have subsequently regressed to unfunded budgets. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, MEC Mvoko. Honorable Van Vuren, are you satisfied? Thank you so much. Question 19, also from Honorable Kasim to the MEC for Finance.
The rationalization of state-owned entities project commenced with approval of the rationalization report by EXCO on the 29th of July 2020. The province is still committed to finalizing the rationalization project by 2023-2024 financial year. However, it should be noted some of the affected departments are struggling to implement these EXCO resolutions due to capacity constraint and lack of expertise in dealing with complex issues of amalgamating entities, development of new business cases, establishment of new enabling legislation, application process for listing of new entities in the PFMA. So Provincial Treasury has requested the services of GTEC to support the affected departments to drive the rationalization project to its logical conclusion. The terms of reference and the project plan will be developed jointly with the GTEC team once this request has been approved. GTEC has responded positively to this request and is working on allocation of GTEC resources and indicative budget for this project. Provincial Treasury with OTP towards setting up they're working towards setting up a provincial steering committee to support and oversee progress on the implementation of this project. I then deal with individual entities at the bottom to which the response has been forwarded, Honorable
Thanks.
Speaker.
Thank you so
On
much. Oh, you're not done.
on the third, I think on the third question, I've listed a table which is the only entity struggling to pay creditors within 30 days. The question was about 30 days. So I've listed each entity and how many days it takes to pay suppliers. On the last one, the Eastern Cape has 10 provincial public entities. 4 public entities are listed as provincial government business enterprises, which is Schedule 3 of the in the PFMA, and those are ECDC, Island and IDZ, and the MTC and Kuka Development Corporation. A financial stability was based on the audit opinion for 2021-22, as well as the entities going concern status. All 10 entities received an unqualified audit opinion. However, those with findings include ECDC, Maibuya Transport Corporation, ECRDA, and ECPEC. Entities with uncertainty relating to going concern status include Kuka Development Corporation and the Eastern Cape Development Corporation. I have then listed each entity, the audit outcome, as well as the going concern status in a table. And the last one was public entities generally do not implement mega projects, but mega projects they implement mega projects on behalf of the controlling departments. And furthermore, they are under the control of their mother departments. It will therefore be controlling departments that will enter into the public-private partnership with the entities. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
I'm happy, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Department of Health, Department of Transport are the main departments struggling with payments of suppliers within 30 days. I've listed all of the departments in the table below, indicating the department, the average cycle, the number of days, and the number of invoices processed, and the rent value on each department. And I've also on two listed in a table illustrating procurement that was contracted from local or provincial enterprises in the 2 financial years mentioned below. The financial year, the number of Eastern Cape suppliers, and the rent value. Thank you very much, Honorable.
Thank you so much, MEC Mvoko. Honorable Vimbaya, you satisfied with the response? Thank you so much. Question 21 from Honorable Dimaza to the MEC responsible for finance. Yeah, the last year.
Provincial Treasury coordinates audit improvement strategies through the implementation and the monitoring of the Provincial Audit Intervention Plan. The Provincial Audit Intervention Plan encompasses developing guidelines, adopting a project management approach by monitoring and addressing findings raised by the Auditor General of South Africa. Now, Provincial Treasury monitors the implementation of the plan and provides support to the departments, focusing on the areas that are likely to have a significant impact in the improvement of the audit outcomes. A provincial treasury also provides support to departments where there are challenges with capacity, application of the accounting standards, and any applicable prescripts. In addition to the above mentioned, provincial treasury provides technical support in resolving disputes between departments and the Auditor General of South Africa, especially around the interpretation of accounting standards, reporting frameworks, and the treasury instructions through interactions with national treasury. So regular meetings are held with all departments throughout the financial year to assess progress on their project plans, identify gaps, and provide advice in improving controls around these qualification areas. I have then listed each department, Honorable Speaker: Department of Education, Department of Health, Transport, yes, and Department of Transport. Those are the departments that have serious challenges, and I've listed and gave explanation on the monitoring for the project plan on all of those departments. Thank you, Honorable
Thank you so
Speaker.
much, Ms. Mboko. Honorable Dimaza, are you satisfied with the response? Thank you. Question 22 from Honorable Khabe to MEC for Health, MEC Meth.
Good afternoon to you, Honorable Speaker. I request with your indulgence, Honorable Speaker, to skip this one because Honorable MEC just missed giving me the responses. Thank you. Reading them now.
Chief Whip, that is question 22, 23, 24, 25. For your information, Chief Whip. We will go to question 26 from Honorable Magaka to the MEC responsible for human settlement.
Greetings, Honorable Speaker. I'm not sure if this thing is working. Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to you and all the members present in the House. The response to question number 27, I think I'm not going to go region per region, and I believe the responses have been
It's
forwarded.
question 26, Honorable
26,
MEC.
yes. Sorry, Honorable Speaker. The overall backlog A, it's 53,952. With B, the breakdown per region is there, with Alfonso 4,118, and I think it goes down if
Honorable
we agree.
members, can you just be, I don't know if it's the members or is it the gallery? It's unfortunate, I can hear the giggling and the laughing that is happening from that side. I'm sure the honorable members that is also speaking, it's disturbing and disrespectful to the honorable member. Thank you.
It's the update from the conference.
Acting Premier, please.
I'm not sure, Honorable Speaker, if you were to agree, then I would skip the breakdown per region. So that's 26.1, then 26.2. Owa Tambo, Alfonso, Christane, and Amatole had the most contracts terminated due to poor performance of contractors, and in most cases were affected by difficult terrain. However, Christane region in the urban projects were affected by a lack of bulk infrastructure. The municipality is addressing it through its MIG. Nelson Mandela projects have been affected by the unavailability of serviced sites, undeveloped site and invaded land. Sarah Batman has been affected by the unavailability of bulk infrastructure. Buffalo City Metro affected by poor performance of contractors and the unavailability of ready serviced sites. Joel Gabi dominantly affected by land invasions, particularly in Mount Fletcher, but the department plans to reduce the backlog through monitoring and ensuring that the current running projects are completed within the set time frames. We've included the stalled projects in the business plan and the procurement plan for 23-24 financial year for implementation over the multi-year in order to manage the financial commitments. 3, 26.3, A is not applicable, B not applicable, AA, and the rest. Then 26.5.5A, the department convenes sites and technical meetings with contractors to monitor the progress and to conduct joint inspections with municipalities, NHBRCs, and project steering committees. The completed houses are communicated and handed over to beneficiaries upon completion. B, it's Fort Beaufort, Arland Phase 1, Hillside, 638, Tafu, 350, Mbizana, Ebenezer, 1000, Matatiela, 898, Ngane, 300, Botla, 200. Reasons, it's poor performance and contractor abandoned sites. Project was stalled due to poor performance on site, and the Bizana one due to tender irregularities. That's that on number 26, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mani Lusiti. The Honorable Member is not in the House. He's not in the House. So question 27 will also fall away. We'll go to question 28 because in terms of the DA, the letter, he is not cited as one of those where Honorable Van Vieren will respond. Question 28 from Honorable Tuaba to the MEC responsible for human settlement.
Thank you again, Honorable Speaker. 28A, 28.1A, the extended people's housing process is the ideal human settlement instrument wherein communities are interactively involved in the implementation of the projects through community-based organizations and community resource organizations. In the implementation of the EPHP projects, communities decide for themselves the typology they want, and during construction, empowerment of communities is a key deliverable. B, the CRO appointed by the department to assist the communities, and even their appointment is finally decided by the community itself. The department provides training to the project steering committee and provides an intensive social facilitation program. Thank you very much, Honorable.
Thank you. Honorable Tuabo, are you satisfied with the response? Question 29, Honorable Malamlela to the MEC responsible for human settlement.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. 29.1A, the appointed contractor NJR projects has completed for the 574 and the 487 TRU structures that have been erected and is pursuing the material delivery for the remaining 87 structures. All the 487 TRUs are occupied by the families in the relocated area, which is also part of the de-densification program. The relocation activities have continued in Duncan Village for households moving to Mtsotso TRU. Those are the beneficiaries of the 2,500 rest-in housing projects, of which some were moved through disaster and COVID-19 pandemic. 29.2, the plans followed are those of the BCCM as a metro with HDA as the implementing agent and the department supporting the BCM plans. There's Punzana bypass TRUs earmarked to accommodate 2,000 families. The site has been cleared and the services have been installed. The bulk construction is currently underway. Point 3, the BCMM can only fence after clearing the area and demolishing the shacks when the threat of land invasion or mushrooming of the informal settlement is identified. The eviction of illegal occupant is dealt with by BCMM, legal department, and special planning measures. Point 4, there is no set time frame for the period of the TRU installed on site, as it depends on the ability to construct houses for the qualifying beneficiaries. Incidentally, some occupants might not even qualify or on the list of the beneficiaries for the housing units for different reasons, such as fire, floods, etc. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Malamlela, are you satisfied with the response?
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The last question, Honorable Matiwane, also for the MEC responsible for human settlements. And I've just been informed that MEC Consiwe has received the responses, but we are coming to the end of the hour process. So that will be the last response from MEC Mani Lusiti. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Number 30.1, yes, for April 2022, the department has assessed the damage and quantified it to be 1,115,915,095 rand for the provisioning of temporary relocation units, rectifying partially damaged houses, and the provisioning of permanent solutions, wherein 4,799 households were affected. For the February 2023 disaster, 3,514 households have been affected, with the estimated cost of 875,866,630 for the provisioning of the aforementioned services. Point 2, the department has spent 17,849,930 in the construction of 277 temporary relocation units in the Chris Hani District Municipality for April 2022 and February 2023. There was no set budget specifically set for Chris Hani District Municipality, and the department had to reprioritize within the Human Settlement Development Grant. Point 3, there was no projects that were seriously affected by the disaster in the past 2 years, except for the accessibility to site due to damaged road infrastructure, which consequently delayed the projects. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Matiwane, any follow-up?
I'm satisfied, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That is taking care of question time, honorable members. I will now ask the Secretary to read the first order of the day.
In consideration of the report of the Portfolio Committee of Public Works and Infrastructure on oversight visits to projects in OR Tambo and Chris Hani District Municipalities.
Thank you very much. I will now call upon the chairperson to present the report. Honorable Matiwane. Where are your committee members?
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I would expect the committee to proceed to my left. I think they've forgotten, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker,
Committee members, can you please occupy your committee chamber? You can proceed, Honorable Member. 20 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Acting Premier and his executive, honorable members of this august House, the departmental officials present, and our guests. Good afternoon. I'm here to present the report that has been compiled as a consequence of the visit to the following projects: Atwell Madala High School, Willow Comprehensive School, St. Henry Hospital, All Saints Hospital, Masizake Junior Primary School, Bulelani Senior Secondary School. These being in Chris Hani and OR Tambo respectively. Without wasting time, I'll start on the findings and then recommendations. I would assume that honorable members would read on their own the background to the projects. Regarding the Atwell Madala High School, the committee has made the following findings: that the contractor was appointed, received an appointment letter indicating an amount as reflected, but the amount was subsequently reduced based on the review on the revised project scope. That from inception, the project experienced late payment by the Department of Education. That the original project plan of the school did not include the school hall and sports field. We have also made a finding of poor working relations between the school and the project steering committee. On the recommendation regarding that school, the department must ensure that it keeps to its original procurement plans, that the department must provide valid reasons as to why service providers were not paid on time for services rendered. And committee must be updated on implementation of consequence management regarding late payment and or non-payment of service providers for work done. The department must liaise with the client Department of Education to consider the issue of the school hall and sports field, which were not part of the original scope of work. The relations between the PSC and the school should be strengthened by the Department of Education working with the implementing agent, in this case, Public Works. Then we go to Willow Comprehensive School. The committee made the following findings regarding this project. The project was delayed significantly by non-payment by the Department of Education, this being a recurring finding, honorable members, and that resulted in suspension of work by the implementing agent of the contractor and the PSPs working in the project, the professional service providers in this case. The services of the social facilitator were terminated due to non-payment. There was a significant delay in the recruitment of local SMMEs due to disagreements between the contractor and the community. On recommendations, the department must ensure that there are corrective actions are taken against officials responsible for late payments of service providers. Want to make this emphasis, Honorable Speaker, here, that when the Department of Public Works is appointed as implementing agent for client departments, the responsibility bestowed on departments appointing the department is to avail money on transfer so that they are able to pay. Because this thing of always having this recurring finding results in stoppages and delays to service delivery. And this has to be sorted out if we are to deliver and make that department a service provider, implementing agent of choice, as the MEC has indicated yesterday. The committee commends the Department of Public Works, EPWP, for handling the social facilitation. The Department of Public Works, together with that of Education, must ensure that there will be no further delays in the project, as that will result in the escalation of costs for the project. It's something that will be they will be finding against. Regarding St. Harry Hospital in Mthatha and OR Tambo, the committee has made the following findings. The project is progressing very well, and the Department of Health is grateful for the work that has been done so far. This is a very beautiful project. It's a good story. What is progress called? It's a story of good progress. Thank you, MEC. The committee is doubtful that the project will be completed within the allocated time period, given on the amount of work that is still outstanding. Having said that, it's progressing very well. On recommendation regarding this hospital, the committee commends the Department of Public Works for good progress on the project. The department must ensure that the project is completed within the allocated time schedule, and that a catch-up plan should also be employed to ensure that there is progress on the project, and the report and feedback be given to the committee. Then we go to Masiza Arcade Junior Primary School. The committee has made the following findings. The project currently has no project steering committee. It's a very serious indictment for any project being implemented, honorable members. It says a lot about the implementation and technical people involved in the project. You can't have a project that is running without that PSC for coordination. Thus, the committee has made that as a finding. The electrical subcontractor on this project is experiencing cash flow challenges. On recommendation, The formation of the PSC is a must. The department must liaise with the main contractor to explore ways to assist the electrical subcontractor to ensure that work on the project does not get stalled. Bulelani Senior Secondary School in Krisani. The project started in 2017, but due to non-payment of the PSP, it delayed, and the work was then given to a new contractor, and work commenced only in May 2022. So you can see the time lapse of the scheduling of work for the project is a big problem in the finding of the committee. Now the contractor is on site, the project is progressing well, and the community is happy with the progress. We must say this and pause the Honorable Deputy Speaker. When a project stalls and stops, that's where you get community uprising. That's where you get trust issues between the community and their government. And these are matters that should be avoided at all costs. On recommendations, the department must work closely with the client department, in this case, the Department of Education, to ensure that the contractors are paid on time. This is a recurring problem. The committee commends the department for the good progress, notwithstanding all the challenges that I've alluded earlier on. All Saints Hospital, again in Krisani, the subcontractor entered into between the main contractor. They are not monitored and vetted by the department to ensure that they comply with the provisions as stipulated in the PPPFA of 2000. And that the subcontractor has capacity to deliver services. Number two, there is a challenge of sewer overflowing into the work area, which affects the progress of the project. Due diligence in appointing subcontractors is key. And part of contracting with main contractors must ensure that to the T, we all know and agree on how subcontractors will be appointed. That's very key. Recommendations regarding this project, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the department must devise effective mechanism to ensure that contracts entered into between the main contractor and subcontractors are appropriately monitored and or are vetted in the process. That the department must liaise with the local municipality to ensure that the sewer overflowing into the work area does not affect the progress on the project. What are the general findings that the committee has made during its visit? We have made the following general findings, honorable members. The contract management capacity of the department is not up to where it's supposed to be. Of course, honorable members, you shall note that this outreach or visit was done sometime last year, when the MEC for Public Works and Infrastructure yesterday delivered her maiden policy speech. She did allude to the fact that now there is an added capacity of chief directorates that will give the necessary impetus to deliver on some of the key projects. We hope all this management capacity of contracts is going to be a thing of the past. Number two, most infrastructure projects from the Department of Education were lagging behind in terms of projected completion time, and this has resulted in exceeding the projected expenditure. The late payments of contractors by the department has negatively affected, as education, affected the operations in some of the projects. The value of SMME work packages expressed as in percentage form in the tender document is not uniform. This is key. We should know how much we allocate to SMMEs. And if it is allocated in percentage form, it must be consistent. You cannot say you're going to give 10% in this project and 30% elsewhere. There must be some uniformity to avoid conflicts, in particular on projects that are within and in the same radars and the same region. The department failed to apply due diligence in ensuring that all presentations that were presented to the committee were accurate and without any errors or misprints. That is a matter of ensuring that we monitor the work we do. Towards the end, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the non-payment of contractors by the Department of Education is in itself has a negative impact on the project that Public Works is doing, because it has led to contractors withdrawing from projects, leaving them incomplete and abandoning them. What are the recommendations to these general findings? The department must improve on its contract management expertise. As I've already alluded, there seems to be a light there. The department must continue liaising with the Department of Education and Provincial Treasurer with a view to considering the release of infrastructure budget from the client department to Public Works. Here, if I may pause, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the challenge is DORA allocation appropriate money to a department. The expectation is that, because DORA does not allow that you can just transfer that money, what is required is that transpayment must be given to the department, so the department can be able to fulfill its responsibility as a implementing agent for these client departments. So we encourage honorable MECs that the departments that are being helped by Public Works, they must do those transpayments to support the work that the implementing agent is doing on their behalf. The department must expedite the appointment of appointed regional directors, which is what the MEC reported yesterday. We are grateful for that feedback. The department must furnish the committee reasons for failure to exercise quality assurance and due professional care on the information presented to the committee. Contractors have demonstrated that their poor performers or non-performers must be blacklisted by the department in order to ensure that they are not appointed again. Lastly, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure and that of Education must present an implementable plan to avoid non-payment by Education Department going forward. This committee will not accept, I do not say, Honorable Speaker, the MEC for Education, the non-payment of contractors by the Department of Education, because that also put the Department of Public Works in the spotlight to communities where these projects are done. The committee would like to thank those involved during these visits, the officials that facilitated with their cooperation and assistance to make this oversight visit successful, and the members of the committee at large. The expectation is that all these recommendations are responded within 30 days in line with Rule 203 of the Rules of the House. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Matuane, are there questions directed to the committee members, honorable members? Honorable Pillay, Honorable Saziwa, in that order.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The very last finding and the very last recommendation. The very last finding you are talking about, Department of Education is failing to pay the Department of Public Works. Your recommendation is saying that you come together to have an implementation plan. If I don't pay you, you come together, you won't get that money back. You must have stringent measures. That recommendation should be, you must be saying that, because it's not about an implementable one. The Department of Education is supposed to pay the Public Works. So I need a clarity on that recommendation. How effective that you people are not paying, you come together. What solution can you make? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Saziwa.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Chair, I think this is not necessarily a question specific, but I would like to get the attitude of the committee on what I'm going to raise. That whilst we accept the fact that the Department of Public Works Infrastructure is the custodian of infrastructure throughout the province, and that all the departments do submit their work to that department. And that budgets that gets utilized by that department when it comes to the matter of infrastructure are coming from the other departments that are being oversighted by other committees. Doesn't the committee think that maybe going forward, it's important that this matter be sort of a joint oversight visit? I'm raising this if I can talk about education, because I've seen that it's not only education, it's also health, that more often than not, this department is unable to fulfill and spend its grants, and more often than not blames the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. But if maybe part of those committees, well, not the whole committee from such education and health, can be included so that we're able therefore to guard against that. It's just an attitude that I want to just check with the committee. The last question is just based on the first report of Atuel Madala. The figures there in terms of the projected, the budget is this. It's 81 billion rands, if I'm not mistaken. Or 81 million rands, sorry. And the expenditure as of the 31st of March, 2 years ago, was at 67 million rands. Now I get a contradiction there in terms of the finding. That the finding is saying, though the contractor's letter of appointment indicated an amount of 81 million rands, but at the time this work started, it was valued at 61 million rands. Now, when the committee says we have a budget balance of 13.54 million rands, where is it basing it? Because in terms of the actual budget, it's 61, it's no longer 81. Can you clarify that, members? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable committee members?
Apologies. Yes, Evans?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, for those questions that we may not respond, the MEC will take them. Let me start with the last question, the attitude of the committee regarding a joint oversight. Well, that is a good observation because part of the problem, honorable members, the Department of Public Works, which are oversighting, is appointed as implementing agent by these client departments. The authority of the committee over those departments, unfortunately, is limited. The authority is bestowed on the relevant committees. So joint oversight is a correct observation, Honorable Saziwa. I'll leave it there. But number two, regarding the should I say the ambiguity and or lack of clarity of 81 versus 61 million. The report exposed before the committee explains that the original appointment was 81 million. But there was a reduction or a review of scope from 81 to 61 million. As to how that process was sanitized in terms of procurement is something the committee has made an observation on. Because if you change the scope with that magnitude, the implication is that you should have gone back again to tender to allow competition as a requirement of the law, section 217 of the Constitution. And the committee makes that observation here. When we say the department must ensure procurement that is done is always in line with those requirements. Regarding Honorable Pilei's question, I think that one is a comment. Who must pay? is the Department of Education. I think Honorable Pillay is emphasizing the point we're making. The Department of Education and Health and any other client department, we're encouraging, as the report was saying in the report, we're encouraging TransPay, the Department of Public Works, when they are doing projects for you, so that they are able to, based on the amount of work to be done for that quarter, to eat on that tranche, than to keep them, all of the money with you, because you cannot transfer all your money to a banking agent, because DORA does not allow you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. No further clarity. Are there questions directed to the Honorable MEC by the House? There being none, honorable members, let's go for debate. I will invite Democratic Alliance, Honorable Van Vuren. Honorable Van Vuren, you've got 12 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Acting Premier, Honorable Members, and guests, good afternoon. The Portfolio Committee of Public Works carried out oversight at 6 departmental infrastructure projects across the province. The oversight by the committee revealed very concerning, repeated, and recurring issues related to the ability of the Department of Public Works to complete infrastructure projects on time and within budget, which is an indictment of the department which regards itself as the infrastructure nerve center of the Eastern Cape. Honourable Deputy Speaker, allow me to demonstrate the following 3 major issues. 1, continuously appointing poor performing and non-performing contractors. 2, the continuous problem of non-payment of the Department of Education to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. 3, poor contract management within the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, as is evidenced by errors in the scope of work, contractual breaches and terminations, which further exacerbates the completion of projects. I hope the MEC have noticed that. Honourable Deputy Speaker, these 3 major reoccurring findings conspire to exacerbate critical infrastructure projects being completed on time and within budget. Honourable Deputy Speaker, there are mainly only 2 reasons for the terminations and massive time delays of these projects, and they are, number 1, non-performance of contractors, and number 2, non-payment by the Department of Education. I'm sorry, but the Department of Education names just keeps on coming up. I don't know why. Honourable Deputy Speaker, for years, the Democratic Alliance have impressed upon the provincial departments the urgent need to blacklist non-performing contractors. But the same incapable and non-performing contractors keep being appointed at a massive cost to the department and ultimately the taxpayers. Projects that should have been completed up to 5 years ago are still standing incomplete while Department of Public Works perpetually continue working and spending on these projects. It will be very enlightening to know how many of these contractors have been blacklisted by the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. How much money was recovered by the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure in penalties for missing completion dates? How much money has been recovered for shoddy workmanship? How many officials have been through a consequence management procedures for these continuous missteps? Who has been held accountable for these failures? It will be enlightening to know these answers. It is clear, Honourable Deputy Speaker, that unless something changes drastically in the very fabric of how this department conducts itself, we will continue to see fruitless and wasteful expenditure on perpetual projects by the same non-performing contractors year in and year out. While the solutions have been on offer and are simple, I'm going to state that solutions again. One, blacklist non-performing contractors. Number two, exercise effective consequence management. Number three, exercise effective oversight and monitoring of these projects. Honourable Deputy Speaker, in examining the report of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, it becomes more and more evident that there needs to be a focus on increasing accountability through effective oversight mechanisms. In addressing the second reason for these delays and terminations of infrastructure projects, continuous challenges in collecting money owed to it by client departments, resulting in many key infrastructure projects standing in limbo, as we have seen. With schools across the province standing incomplete, being vandalized, and learners being endangered on incomplete building sites. That is what we see. One of the, if not the biggest issue that this department is faced with is non-payment by client departments. This has led to many infrastructure projects, schools, clinics, office accommodation not being completed on time, being abandoned, SMMEs, contractors and subcontractors having to close their doors due to non-payment by the department. This is also an issue that has been persisting for years, and it seems to be getting more severe every financial year. Honourable Deputy Speaker, what is even more concerning is that this committee has continuously added a recommendation that the department must blacklist these poor performing and non-performing contractors. Here it is again. Recommendation G, yet these recommendations do not seem to get action by the department. Why do we put in recommendations? Honourable Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, I want to be very clear, if again these findings reoccur, we will have no choice but to implement Rule 204 of the Standing Rules of Order of this august House. In order to secure the integrity of the House and comply with constitutional duties of the legislature, the House may, on recommendation of the Portfolio Committee, resolve to instruct a political office bearer or official of the legislature to take the necessary measures within its constitutional power to ensure implementation of the resolutions. It is high time, Honourable Deputy Speaker, that this House ensures compliance with our very own recommendations and resolutions. Finally, the Democratic Alliance will continue in our efforts to prevent actions that fly in the face of our constitutional principles, so that we can build one South Africa for all. The Democratic Alliance will continue to hold the government to account to ensure that public money is spent in the most efficient and effective way possible. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Van Vuuren. I will now call upon the Economic Freedom Fighters, Honourable Venner. 8 minutes.
Thank you very much, Deputy
Wayengekho.
Order,
Thank you
Honourable
very
members.
much. Honorable Techana was here. He was representing the EFF, and now the EFF is given a chance to speak. We thought we were going to read something here, but the report of the committee, once again has proven that there is serious lack of government in this province. One, this committee is an implementing agent, but the report exposes that there is poor management in terms of managing these projects. For example, Uba uNqatha uyanibhoxa apha Deputy Speaker. And ukhona and uthe cwaka. And
Singathi ngubawo.
what is honorable about him, by the way? But nevertheless, we want to make sure that since we are here now, we want to table that as this committee, we are going to hold accountable the honorable MEC and his or her department, the infrastructure. And we are going to make sure that we do get value for money. But what also we have observed, my committee members, there is also a need for us to work together in holding both the executive and administration accountable. That unit is paramount because we have to be faithful to our oath of office. We have a responsibility to ensure that we hold them accountable, irrespective of they are coming from our own parties. We have to work together in ensuring that we do get a value for money. It can't be that we fail our people like this. If we prolong the fulfillment of the project, it means that we are not giving our people the service that they require. Therefore, as they always say, justice delayed is justice denied. If the service you prolong in terms of you delay in giving it in time, what you are doing, you are disservicing our people. But number two, on that one, if we don't pay on time, it means that we are killing these businesses. By killing those businesses, it means that we are the workforce, the people who bear the brand is those who are employed by those businesses. Therefore, we must all the time ensure that before we arrive in the punishment side, which is the blacklisting. As a black government, what you do, you protect your own businesses and ensure that you give them support. Ultimately, when you see that you are dealing with crooks, not business people, what you do, you blacklist them. So we must never rush in just blacklisting them. But thirdly, we must make sure that we give support to the SMMEs, like it was raised in the committee, that there must be a standard way. It's 30% that we have agreed upon. You can't have 10% because we know these people who are doing these things. If they give 10% to SME, the 20% goes to themselves. Some of these things, I like the fact that Honorable Funda is sitting there at the back because he knows that his department is not doing justice to this entire thing. Deputy Chief Whip, you behave like umgwembenyana. We are dealing with issues here when now ungena kwezi childish. Honorable Gade is so ashamed. He had to run and sit at the back because his department is contributing immensely in insufficient in ingasebenzi le directorate, this department. So we are going to find a way, even if you can hide, we'll find you and we'll make sure that we hold that department. We know for a fact that the standing committee, the portfolio committee of the portfolio committee, but Deputy Speaker ungumkhulu wawethu simthandayo. Noko imidlwembe funeka noko ibeke in order. I'm not saying that there is umdlwembe, but at least behavior enjalo funeka is protected kuyo. I'm appealing to you. We are appealing to our honorable members in the Standing Committee of Education We must hold that the administrator and the executive accountable. We know that they have a cozy relationship and hence there is no consequence management. We know that they had contributed somehow last year to the conference, but we can't be held accountable, and it can't happen at the expense of our people. We have to, Deputy Speaker, when I'm sitting down, we are saying we are making to the people of Eastern Cape now, like they did, they staged a successful shutdown. We are here, we are going to make sure that we shut down other people here, and then they must leave.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I will now invite African National Congress, Honorable Khabe.
Greetings to you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Greetings to honorable members. Greetings to the acting Premier. Greetings to the officials of the departments as well as our honored guests. Deputy Honorable Speaker, this is one of those months we are reminded that we are of value as women. A month where we commemorated International Women's Day, a day where we celebrate social, economic, cultural and political achievements of women. Nathi ke apha ephondweni khange singabiyo nxalenye yalo mbhiyozo, as we were invited by the Eastern Cape government, accounting to us on how they are implementing gender equality policies through its department and municipalities. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I stand here to tell a story by the ANC-led government. The ANC continues as a force and an agent of change to the masses of our people. We have recently welcomed the mortal remains of Sister Koleka Thunyiswa, whom amongst many have embraced the values of Ubuntu and volunteerism. Sister Thunyiswa did not hesitate the call by President O.R. Tambo to join Tanzanian people on an external mission to respond on the onslaught by a defeated British minority rule, described as mass resignations of white nurses hoping for a total collapse of the health system of the Tanzanian Democratic Government. Let us salute those young 20 professional nurses for their commitment, selflessness, and their spirit of volunteerism. ANC has always been at the center of putting people's interest first. Honorable Deputy Speaker, it is worth noting that those professional nurses were all women. Malibongwe. I am emphasizing this, Honorable Deputy Speaker, because this fact is less talked about because of the embedded culture of patriarchy in our society. We must talk more about Sister Thunyiswa's detachment to a foreign mission, which definitely contributed on the party-to-party and later turned government-to-government relations between the two countries. Honorable Speaker, imbali ye-struggle sethu that led to inkululeko yethu inde kakhulu. Mandingene emxholweni. Two fundamental points of focus that the Honorable Premier addressed this House and the Eastern Cape community in his SOPA on education way. One, prioritizing school infrastructure to improve learning environment. And number two, the Provincial Infrastructure Coordinating Council would as well give specific focus, prioritize school infrastructure and delivery of learning material and equipment on time. Honorable Acting Premier, through you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, we won't be able to achieve this if government continues with not paying businesses or SMMEs on time. Here we have a challenge of infrastructure projects that don't get finished on time, and in the main, government is also at fault. with not adhering to the plans or poor planning or late payment of service providers. What we know is that businesses that don't adhere to the contract or agreement get to a point of even being blacklisted. Then the question is, what happens to government when it fails to adhere to the agreement? This is not only giving government, and by extension the African National Congress, a bad name, but also frustrates these service providers, and by extension frustrates those they have employed, even leading to them being unemployed, adding to the challenge that is already on its peak, which is unemployment. Here we need one government with different departments that complement each other. The implementing department, which is public works in terms of infrastructure, should not fail to pay service providers because of sister departments that don't transfer resources for the work that is being done for them. Mayiphele lika Department of Health, of Work, Public Works, oza kufela isimoko sezinye departments. Abantu mabaqhubeke ngokwazi ba urhulumente omnye uza kuzisa inkonzo kubo, bangabe bebaliselwa amabali e-departments ezikhomba nayo mhla ngengxaki. This would be kept in a way if infrastructure budget gets transferred to Department of Public Works by a sister department as per the plans and agreement, so that ingabe icunsulelwe. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we are still on the path of this conveyor belt called NHI that will take us to universal healthcare coverage, which will enable all access to equal health, quality healthcare regardless of their socio-economic status. Yes, it won't be an easy path to walk, as there are many requirements for its achievements, and conducive infrastructure is one of these requirements. And Eastern Cape is one of those provinces that needs serious revamp in terms of health infrastructure. Work is being done, even though it's not done as per our expectations. On Monday this week, Honorable Deputy Speaker, I was at Balfour, where my constituency office is at, to witness Department of Public Works and Department of Health introduce a contractor that would build Balfour Clinic. The cherry on top of this is that as a deployee of the ANC in that constituency, I was amongst those who pushed for that clinic to be built, and that was made possible due to the oversight work we are doing as MPLs of this legislature. Hence, we continue to fight very hard for oversight work to be not to be taken for granted, but strengthened. The wish was for it to be built during COVID-19 infrastructure, but because noba kunjalo, we remain grateful that lide lavuthwa izawukwakhiwa iklinik eBalfour kulo rhulumente wethu we-ANC ke lo. Honorable Speaker, this progressive progress that's being made by departments of health and public works, which we started noticing during the COVID era, needs to be applauded. The health infrastructure that they have delivered leaves one with a happy heart and renewed hope, showing that together we can indeed do more, and proves that indeed Department of Public Works is a nerve center for infrastructure development. And through you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Van Vuren, that doesn't say there won't be any hiccups there, here and there. It remains a nerve center for infrastructure development for this province. Sir Henry Hospital story is a good one, and as much as the committee thinks that it wouldn't be finished on time, ngokubona kwayo, yaze yacebisa ngokusethembeni thina lokuba abasebenzi baza kuwenza umsebenzi wabo and deliver as planned on time. ANC joins the committee in commending progress achieved thus far and calling upon the departments to ensure that all elements of project are carried out in a credible manner. In this regard, we insist that SMMEs in all these projects must be given support and space to grow. Zizawuba khona ke Deputy Chief Whip izibhuqe apho nalapho. It's not always, it is also noted with displeasure that there is a still poor monitoring by department in terms of contracts being between main contractors and subcontractors appointment. The report about All Saints project is what we refuse to accept, because it is quite clear that there is carelessness there. And that takes me to one thing that we need our government to come closer to, which is that issue of consequence management. Because when it comes to that, we lack, and as such, same errors occur repeatedly, and it's known that nothing will be done. Honorable Deputy Speaker, as declared by the Honorable President, that this is a year for decisive action to advance the people's interest and renew our movement. Let's renew our movement through our good governance by advancing decisively people's interests. Honorable Deputy Speaker, this has already been started, noticing the decrease of unemployment rate in the last quarter with the Eastern Cape, with being one of those provinces that contributed to this much needed change. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we also call on communities to jealously guard infrastructure against vandalism. They should take ownership as they belong to them, take ownership of these buildings as they belong to them, being delivered to them by this caring government. Honorable Deputy Speaker, there is a very good story. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I am undividing a progressive story. One thing we won't allow is to act as if akozinzame nemigushuzo yenziwayo towards a better life for all to this growing population with a decreasing fiscus. A few weeks back, there have been 288 posts that were advertised by the Department of Public Works in the main for the graduates and for those without grade 12 and those with grade 12. Those were the posts that the Honorable MEC was bragging about yesterday. Who wouldn't brag with such a good story? Let me quote Honorable Deputy Speaker as I'm about to close. President O.R. Tambo, in his opening address of the 48th National Conference of the ANC in Durban, open quote, "Comrades, the white racist minority rule is on its knee. It's defeated. The ground has been laid. Go serve our people." The service commitment, or close quote, the service commitment by our government through it all and under the circumstances does inspire hope and confidence that more is still to be done, and this government needs to be supported, of course, by various mechanisms that we have. Honorable Deputy Speaker, ANC commends the oversight work done by the Portfolio Committee and therefore supports the report. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khabe. I will now invite the Honorable MEC Nkopane, to conclude the debate. 15 minutes, ma'am.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier Acting, members of the Executive Council, honorable members of the Provincial Legislature, and the Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Matiwane, ndimclaimile ke izolo ebizwa kwenye committee ndaqonda basoze ndithule. Portfolio Committee members, members of the House of Traditional Leaders, Director General of the Eastern Cape Province, heads of department and the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, my executive directors are here, Nazia, ababantu bahleli phaya kwi-cubicle, heads and senior management of various departments, ladies and gentlemen, and our visitors in the gallery. I think, Honorable Speaker, there are also those that are listening and the viewers of our proceedings through the media houses. I greet everyone and say good afternoon. Honorable Deputy Speaker, during the week of the 20th to the 23rd of September 2022, the Portfolio Committee conducted an oversight visit to the projects implemented by the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure in OR Tambo and Chris Hani district municipalities. It is correct, Honorable Chair, to admit that we are gathered here again to further respond to the oversight work done by the committee. The findings and recommendations made by the committee really assist the department to keep on improving its performance. I must profusely appreciate the robust and frank approach used by the committee in engaging the reports presented before it. I must, without any hesitation, commit that the department will implement the findings and recommendations of the committee. The following projects were visited in Mthatha Atwell Madala High School, Willow Comprehensive School, Sir Henry Hospital, Masizake Junior Primary School in Lady Frey, the All Saints Hospital in Ngobo, Bulelani Senior Secondary School, Kokomani. And fortunately, these projects zonke and visitile before the portfolio committee landed in those areas. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the department has taken heed of these recommendations. And during the visit of the committee and myself as the MEC, I can highlight the following progress. Atwell Madala High School was awarded, and the contractor landed on site in October 2017. This is one of the projects that was affected by COVID-19. The scope of work had to be reduced at that period where there were financial constraints. It was finance contingency amount, cover to walkways, rainwater tanks, caretaker house, refuse area. It's about 19 items that were reduced. Those that were not the actual classroom infrastructure, but part of the whole project. And as I'm talking here to this August House, those financial constraints have since been attended to, and those amounts have been reinstituted and on a practical completion as we speak. Other matters that involved stakeholder engagement and relations such as SGB, PSC and councillors are resolved. At Willow Comprehensive School, the delay in payment that occurred over a number of years between the Department of Education and Public Works and Infrastructure have been resolved. The project is expected to be completed by end of August 2023. At Masizake Junior Primary School, the project steering committee in the project has been resuscitated, and the ward councillor is fully involved in the project, and the issue of electrical subcontractor has been addressed with the main contractor. The project is expected to be completed by end of June 2023. Bulelani Senior Secondary School, the project is proceeding diligently and there are no delays on the financial obligations, and is expected to be completed by end of June 2023 as well. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure and the Department of Education have discussed the financial matter extensively and have come to an amicable solution of resolving the financial crisis of implementation, current and future projects. Honorable Speaker, With the 2 hospitals, hospital visits, progress is as follows, and we can confirm that at Harry Hospital in Mthatha, the project is 80% towards completion and scheduled to be completed by end of June 2023. At All Saints Hospital, the principal contractor bought materials for the appointed subcontractor, and all SMMEs are actively involved. The plant required on site has been sourced through business forums. So kuyancediswana phaya nangaba basoloko besithi bayanyanzelisa uba ezi companies zincinci mazi appointwe. Ithi ke xa seyile yanalo ithamsanqa inayo ke la team incedisayo ezezinye i-service providers. The flow of current sewer has been diverted to the existing ponds with no spillages. Once the wastewater treatment is completed, sithetha ke ngaleya iphaya esibhedlele ne, the outlet of the hospital will be redirected to the new system, thereafter decommission the old ponds. Honorable Speaker, the department is currently implementing its newly approved organogram, which we can attest that some critical positions have been filled and some are underway. Njengoba bendisitsho ke into yoba eza executive directors zilapha, they are both looking at the infrastructure provision for the province. Honorable Speaker, the department is committed to continuously monitor the projects and ensure timely detection and response to any challenges, and commit to submit written responses to the findings. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kopane. I now put the report, honorable members. Any objection? Thank you very much. There being none, I will now ask the Secretary to read the next order of the day.
Consideration of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Rural Development and Agrarian Reform on oversight visits to projects funded by the department.
Thank you very much, Secretary. I will now invite the Chair, Dr. Besse, Honorable, to come and present the report. May I invite the committee to occupy their rightful places. Over to you.
Greetings to you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Greetings to all the protocols that have already been established here today. Quickly, I'm presenting a report of the Portfolio Committee for Dr. Da, whereby we visited Sanders River Valley, of which it was an eye-opener to us as a committee to visit that area. Honorable Speaker, you will recall that Eastern Cape is the second largest exporter of citrus in South Africa. When you go to Asian countries like Japan, to European countries like Germany, you will see the citrus of the Eastern Cape in those big countries with a good economy. Again, South Africa is the second largest exporter of citrus in the world. It comes after Spain. When you talk of citrus. When you talk of citrus. Export of fruit is accounting for 45% of total fruit export earnings. However, what does that mean? It means that Eastern Cape has got pockets of excellency from Alfred Nzo down to Blue Crane, Sandys River Valley. So if we can put our heads together, singabe sithetha apha nalapha fighter. Quickly, places that we visited. We visited Kirkwood, Port Alfred, whereby we met with Sanko and stakeholders. Ado, Willow Tree Farm, Siapambili Farm, Ado, Mount Roberts Beef Farm in Nanaha, Mtongana Livestock Farm, Pedi. Honorable Deputy Speaker, if I may zoom in to the meeting of growers organization, I will just go straight to the findings. A meeting between the growers and the community was held in Port Elizabeth. Workers were represented by a committee of workers which was formed in the absence of workers' union. A relevant department and Sanko were also part of that meeting. It was decided that during the meeting in Port Elizabeth, that chief negotiations from both sides be elected to represent both sides. Three growers' entities, including Habata Farm, where the strike was initiated, refused to be part of the negotiations. It was agreed by all the parties that the wage issue will not be discussed as it was between the employer and the employee. Non-availability of data as well as how labor broker operate in the farms is a concern. It is alleged that there is no registered workers' union in all the farms. The rights of the farm workers, particularly Section 18, 23, and 34 of the Constitution, relating to freedom of association, labor relations, and resolution of labor disputes, are not respected, protected, and fulfilled by the farm owners. The farm workers who took part in the strike action were dismissed allegedly without a due process being followed. Even after the matter was referred to the Commission for Conciliation, Mediation and Arbitration, there has been unexplained delays. During the meeting in Port Elizabeth, the employers employed and Sanko established a committee. They named the collaboration to bridge the gap between the parties. It came up with a concept document which Sanko and employees felt had the right intention only if it is benefited all the parties. Recommendations. All the stakeholders, like SAPS, relevant departments, municipality need to meet and come up with lasting solutions to normalize the relationship between workers and employee and employer, and address all the alleged victimization and unfair treatment. Also, relations between the community and growers need to be normalized. The issue of trade unions in the workplace need to be addressed, and the Department of Labor should lead the talks. The issue of illegal immigrants also be addressed, and Home Affairs must drive the operation. Willow Tree Farm, findings under Willow Tree Farm. The farm was negatively affected by the strike that took place at the Sanders River Valley, and it could not meet the market demand. As I indicated earlier on, that citrus is in demand across the globe. There is a concern about the gender imbalances in both the number of the beneficiaries and that of the employees. There is a concern that the support provided to the farm by the department, particularly the manner in which it is funded, does not make impact towards self-sustainability. There is a serious challenge of theft in the farm. Recommendations. The department must work closely with the farm and provide the needed support in order for the farm to be back on its production capacity. The department must closely monitor the farm and ensure that the gender imbalances is addressed as required by the Constitution. The department should review the manner in which farms are funded or supported. A plan which a farmer will be supported for a certain period to a particular level of development is recommended. The department should work with the farm to establish theft prevention methods. Siyaphambili farm. Findings. The beneficiaries need financial support to be able to cultivate the land and establish the orchards. Recommendations. The department must, within its limited resources, provide the needed support in order for the farming operations to take place. Mount Roberts Beef Farm. Findings. There is a challenge of water in the farm. The 944 hectares of the farm is not divided into grazing camps. The farm received 15 heifers of Bonsmara, and 1 bull of Bonsmara from the department was also provided by the department. We commend the department for that. Recommendations. The department must provide the farm with stock water system as it is highly needed. The department must provide the farm with the needed material for camp division. The department is commended for its support to the emerging farmers. Can we clap hands for the department? We also visited Mtongana Livestock Farm. I just want to demonstrate that we've got Cholomna, we've got Pedi, we've got Emnyameni, we've got Grahamstown, we've got Fitbuford, Alice. In those areas, we've got 114 red meat farmers, cattle farmers. However, we are talking there about black commercialization, whereby each and every farmer in those 114 farmers of cattle, they are owning more than 100 cattle. That is black commercialization. You know, when you talk of number of cattle, at least they must not tatumkhakha azingalingani neminyaka yakho inkomo zakho. However, what we are lacking there in those areas that I've mentioned, we are lacking around the east of the value chain, livestock value chain, whereby we are expecting that area at least to have an abattoir or itinerary, skin itinerary. Lando Galuchwa Mafele can create more jobs in the area where cattle are many. So, coming to the findings, the farm access road is in poor condition, which has a detrimental effect on timeliness delivery of goods to the market. That's a challenge that we're actually facing there. Although the farmers in the area bought the farms, they have not received their title deeds, and this makes it difficult for them to get financial support. You'll recall that various banks like Standard Bank, FNB, they require a collateral if you want to buy anything in terms of the farming activities. That's why they need urgently their title deeds. The farmer received, Tongana Farm, 20 cattle from Dr. Da through the Livestock Improvement Program, of which all died just 3 days after being delivered. The farmers in the area are in need of an abattoir, and the unutilized infrastructure next to Wesley can be converted for the purpose. It's what the farmers recommended. They said they've got an infrastructure, an old infrastructure, which belongs to CDC, ECDC, around Wesley, whereby they can have an abattoir. Recommendations. The department must work with the local municipality and the Department of Roads and Transport to prioritize farm access roads through IGR. Again, the department must coordinate this matter and interact with DELRAD to fast-track the process of issuing the title deeds to the farmers. The department must make an addendum to the livestock distribution policy that will talk to the replacement of the cattle that died within a few days after delivery. Replacement of those cattle is therefore recommended by the committee. The establishment of the abattoir and the conversion of the unutilized infrastructure for such purpose is recommended. However, the department must conduct sort of a feasibility study and submit recommendations and the progress report to the committee. General findings. The condition of access roads to the farms is very bad, very, very bad. It needs an urgent intervention, an urgent intervention. And those poor roads, they cannot be addressed by Department of Rural and Agrarian Reform. Need a sort of an alliance with other departments. You know, the issue of food security cannot be addressed by one department. I want to put an emphasis on that. It needs the alliance of various departments. General recommendation. The department must, through IGR, engage the Department of Roads and Transport and local municipality to prioritize the farm access roads. Honorable Deputy Speaker, at this point in time, I would like to take this opportunity and to thank the Honorable MEC for Dr. Da, HOD, and the entire management of Dr. Da for their unwavering support during our visit. They're working very close with us. There was a lot of cooperation between us and the department. Therefore, I hereby table the report. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable members, are there questions directed to the committee? To the MEC? Thank you. There being none, honorable members, I will invite now Democratic Alliance. Honorable Zibonda.
abelungu basenkomfeni banishiya apha nizogada thina apha nini
kunganigadi wesithi aloku nini timing yenu
siyalogada thina apha
Over to you, honorable
banishiyile
member. Your
abelungu.
12 minutes starts now.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, greeting to the Deputy Speaker, to the members of the Executive Council, members of the Legislature, members of the staff.
Order.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, the farming operations in these areas we visited are the essence of these communities. And this government must act proactively to assist the farmers in building their industry and grow the economy of the province, and specifically the Sanders River Valley. In terms of the oversight visits conducted, it has become very clear that much needs to be done as it relates to the interventions from the department, and assistance is required for stakeholder relations to improve. The majority of farms were negatively affected by the strike that took place in the area and could not meet the market demand. We can't afford, as this province, to let the valley farming operations fail. I am therefore reminded of a quote by Thomas Jefferson, who said, and I quote, "Agriculture is our wisest pursuit because it will in the end contribute to most real wealth, good morals, and happiness." On the issue of growers who allegedly started hiring illegal foreign nationals to replace local workers, illegal foreigners in our community is a bigger problem than just Sanders River Valley. Our government needs to control the entry into our country in order to ensure that people enter South Africa legitimately and are hired according to the laws of the land. We need to realize that if we leave the issue of undocumented foreigners unresolved, we are sitting on a ticking time bomb. The current state of immigration in South Africa is that it is not properly controlled because people get into the country without proper documents through the unmonitored, unsecured borders. We have more undocumented immigrants than the documented ones. It has become easier to access South Africa illegally than legally. We do not know who is inside our borders and why they are here. This is a huge risk. We cannot leave these burdens on the shoulders of farmers alone. It starts at the borders.
The Department of Home Affairs in the case of the area, needs to be on high alert to curb the problem. Lack of freedom or suppression of rights, such as belonging to a union of your own choice and making decisions about your own health, is worrying. We cannot let the agricultural sector be branded as oppressive and non-caring. We call on the department to work with the Department of Labor and educate all involved to ensure that all is done according to the relevant pieces of legislation. There exists a need for continuous engagement with SAPS for not only when strikes or alike incidents take place, but also to regularly patrol to address the issue of theft and safety in the valley. There is a concern that the support provided for the farms by the department, particularly the manner in which it is funded, does not make the impact towards self-sustainability. As much as the department should review its budget allocation to ensure that funds are provided for farms and business are adequate, the support does not always have to be monetary. Educational programs and training sessions could also be of great assistance. As it relates to Siapambili Farm, the department must devise a follow-up plan to monitor the progress of the farm and ensure that it does become operational. The department must coordinate with DALRAD and even National Dr. Da to fast-track the process of issuing of title deeds to the farmers. Under a DA government, we will achieve meaningful redress for the legacy of land dispossession by giving far more South Africans the opportunity to be owners of both agricultural and urban land. We will distribute the thousands of government-owned farms instead of treating emerging farmers as permanent tenants. Those who want to farm will receive support they need to be successful through the transference of skills and by providing access to the resources and markets they need to sell their goods. Notably, the issue of water scarcity remains a huge problem within our province. Many parts of the province are affected by drought and in recovery, while some have to work with minimal water. This has a negative impact when it comes to farming. Furthermore, how is it possible that the provincial government has for years failed to upgrade the roads that service these respective farms and communities? It becomes extremely difficult to transport goods when the conditions of the road are poor and remain unmaintained, and this affects demand. World Bank study estimated.
Honourable Member, there is a hand. Honourable Fisani, on what rule are you standing? Your time is safe.
Inkosi Sakala Somlo, just bengicela ukuqonda nje uba ilungu istand se-DA phaa ku-section 25 e-Constitution.
Proceed, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the World Bank study estimated that the 15% of agricultural produce is lost between the farm gate and the consumer because of poor road, adversely influencing the income of farmers. Poor road infrastructure limits the ability of the traders to travel to and communicate with remote farming areas, limiting market access from these areas and eliminating competition for their produce. Easier access to market allows expansion of perishable and transport cost-intensive products. International Fund for Agricultural Development observed that the construction of rural roads almost inevitably leads to increase in agricultural production and productivity by bringing in new land into cultivation, intensifying existing land use to take advantage of expanded market opportunities. Better roads also lowered the transaction costs of credit services, resulting in increased lending to farmers, higher demand for agricultural inputs, and higher crop yields. The visit to the Mtongana farm also highlighted that the department, when providing assistance or intervention, does not do according to the needs of the farmers and does not follow up on their work. The farmer was given machinery that does not respond to his needs. The cattle given to him died within days of receipt, and nothing is done to find out why, and he still sits with the same problems he had before the intervention of the department. This means that the funds were spent, but there was no impact on the life of the farmer. They will simply report to this House that funds were spent, but if you follow up, nothing has changed. This is very typical of our ANC-led government. To be a successful farmer these days, one has to be well informed as to the latest research and technology available to you. In this regard, we have to ask ourselves how our own provincial department is supporting our farmers, both emerging commercial insofar as innovation and technology is concerned. The DA would like to take this opportunity to thank and encourage the farmers in the valley for the work they do for the community and the municipality. They assist the municipality a great deal in making sure that there's electricity and there's water for the surrounding communities. The assistance they provide to emerging entrepreneurs in the area, they seem to take serious their corporate social responsibility, and it does not go unnoticed. The DA supports the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sbonda. I will now call upon economic freedom fighters, Honorable Zibula, to take the stage. 8 minutes, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much. Greetings, Honorable Speaker. Greetings, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Greetings, commissars and fighters. Greetings to all members of this House and the people of Eastern Cape at large. Agriculture is the cornerstone of the Eastern Cape economy. The question that arises to the people of the Eastern Cape is why is it taking this ANC-led government so long to get this economy benefiting them? There is a vast land all over the province that is not utilized. Amasimi negadi zihleli akulinywa. Imihlaba eselunxwemeni lwemifula ezalayo ngamanzi apho bekufanele ukunkcenkceshelwa khona kulula khona kodwa lo mhlaba leyo mihlaba ingasemanxwemeni ilele.
Order, honorable members.
Amadlelo alele akufuywa. Into ekhoyo amadlelo asikwa enziwa amanxiwa ingakumbi kwezilali zisondele ezidolophini. There is an 800-kilometer coastline from Mbizana up to St. Francis Bay that is untapped. The economy returns that should be attained by the coastal economy by letting communities participate in the commercial and sports fisheries. Eastern Cape coastal line is rich in variety of species of fish and aquatic products. There are also opportunities for tourism industry that will be boosted by fast-tracking the rollout of ocean economy. The committee oversight report highlights some fundamental challenges the people of the Eastern Cape encounter in farms. The lack of land for farming, the abuse of farm workers through labor brokers and slave wage, the victimization of and unfair treatment of farm workers, the disregard of rights of farm workers, the unfair dismissal of farm workers, the arrogance of farmers, the lack of funding and the lack of the department's support to black small-scale farmers. All these challenges point to a department that lacks capacity to make sure that...
Honorable Zibula, just a minute. Honorable Timaza, on what rule are you raising your hand?
Rule of just asking the member, can he take the question? Because Funubuza ukoka kwe report ingathi contradiction.
Honorable member, are you able to take the question?
Total contradiction.
Sayibuzile, Deputy Speaker. Ayikho kwayirule kwalena atsho ubheda kwayirule belimthembile ke because ufana ngwenu yazi rules.
Honorable Timaza is not prepared to take the question. Proceed, Honorable member.
All these challenges point to the department that lacks capacity to make sure that agriculture and forestry becomes our comparative advantage. We would not be poor as this province if the Eastern Cape provincial government that had ensured that the focus of our communities, the focus of our youth, the focus of our women is agriculture. We should be the supplier of food to the whole South Africa and be the global exporter of fruit. We would be where we are if the ANC had a vision to turn around the economy of this province and remove the states that we have as a province that most people depend on grants. The EFF identified these challenges on its inception 10 years ago and has drafted its founding manifesto, 7 non-negotiable cardinal pillars. The cardinal pillar number 1 seeks to provide a permanent solution to the challenges of the people of the Eastern Cape that experiencing with the agriculture and forestry. The expropriation of land without compensation for equitable redistribution. The EFF goes on and unpack on what is to be done towards achieving this strategic mission. Point 42 to 45 of the EFF founding manifesto states that in line with the Freedom Charter and a new vision of agrarian revolution, the state should also provide, implement, and related extension services to help those who work the land to use it productively. Furthermore, the state procurement of food should prioritize small-scale farmers so that small-scale farming becomes a sustainable economic activity for the majority of our people. The state must buy more than 50% of the food for hospitals, prisons, and schools from small-scale farmers in order to develop small-scale agriculture. Point 43. Food production, packaging, transportation, marketing, advertising, and retail and trade should constitute one of the South Africa's biggest economic sectors. With a growing global population and the growing capacity of Africans to buy food, South Africa needs to produce agricultural output through provision of subsidies to small-scale farmers and open packaging and retail opportunities for those farmers. Point number 44. A structured state support and agricultural protection mechanism should be applied to all food products, including beef and other meat production and proceeds. The same applies to fruit, maize, and other essential food items produced by small-scale farmers. To boost sustainable demand domestically, the South African government should pass legislation that all food bought by the government for hospitals, schools, and prisons and the like should be sourced from small-scale farmers. This in itself will create a sustainable economic activity and ensure that many young people do not go into into food production because there will be income and finance benefits for boost their economic activities. The economy of the food production needs well-structured production mechanisms and subsidies in order to protect jobs and safeguard food security. Most developed and developing nations are doing the same. The last point on the Fund Manifesto, point 45, says, with a clear, defined, and well-structured mechanism, South Africa, which is oddly a net importer of food, can realize the development of food economy in a manner that exceeds Brazil. This will add sustainable job creation and find the short-term jobs created through infrastructure development. This will, of course, require land reform to be expedited and water supplies to be guaranteed for the sustainability of this important sector of the economy. The people of the Eastern Cape should look no further than EFF to provide further permanent, sustainable agrarian reform that will make this province to lead in dealing with poverty and unemployment. The AF and has lacked any vision to take us forward. EFF, over these 10 years of experience, has acquired necessary skills and expertise to run around this economy. EFF is ready to lead the Eastern Cape government. EFF leads. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Zebula. I will now invite United Democratic Movement, Honorable Zinti. 4 minutes, Honorable Member.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Order,
you will be-
Honorable Members.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, you will be reminded that the challenges in Sandys River Valley did not begin on the 22nd of April 2022. Every 4 years, you see and hear reports of farm workers taking to the street and joined by the community over alleged labor dispute and unfair labor practices in the farms. 2014, 2018, and recently 2022, our people fight for their rights. This time around, these actions claimed 2 lives. Shouldn't this government be burying their faces in the sand and never return? 8 years into these issues, the Portfolio Committee embarks on an oversight to go and find out the root causes of the violent conflicts between farm workers and communities and the growers in the area. Still finding out and not providing real solutions to these horrendous challenges our people face day in and day out. What seems to have been an intervention and recommendation will pile up in desks and cupboards until another unrest arises in the next 4 years from 2022. Because we are led by a government that is not proactive. It waits for disaster to strike before they could act now. Once the fire subsides, they sigh a deep breath instead of getting to work to avert a catastrophe in the future. Colleagues, a range of issues that fuel the unrest in Sandys River Valley at the core is the alleged bias in employing of foreign nationals and leave South Africans out in the cold, and we know why these actions. It's simple for cheap labor, unfair labor practice, including the non-recognition of trade unions. The question is, why not? Who will represent the workers in wage disputes and working conditions if unions are alleged to not find expression? This cannot be accepted and be condemned in the strongest terms possible. Madam Speaker, your Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, it is well known fact that protest actions in South Africa and especially Eastern Cape are characterized by violence and vandalism of infrastructure, something that the UDM condemns with the contempt it deserves, as it takes our communities backwards and we lose our loved ones in the midst of it all. The department needs to be proactive and return to this House and tell us what have they done so far to curb these protests from occurring in the near future. What mitigating measures have they employed within the intergovernmental relations and engagement with other departments looking for permanent solutions to challenges faced by farm workers and employers' alliances? We have to hear and see reports on the issue of gender equality. It is the disgrace that
1 minute.
women 29 years of democracy are still in the peripheries and seen as kitchen girls and not vibrant, active economic players. Gender equality and empowerment remains a priority for the UDM. Hence, it is important that the gender equity is made a priority so that women find their space and expression in all developmental and empowerment tables, not to be left behind even on technology advances and innovation. Say UDM, we are alarmed at the Department of Dr. Dar recruiting young people into a 3-month employment program with all the challenges that this department is faced with, you should renew those contracts and deploy these hard-working individuals to help resolve the vast problems you have instead of ending the contracts on the 31st of March 2023.
Thank
the
you.
UDM accept the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I will now invite the African National Congress, Honorable Luana.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker and Acting Premier, MECs and all honorable members. Let me appreciate the moment to debate on behalf of the African National Congress, especially after kudlule omnye ukheme apha. Inkamalanga ukwa. The energy crisis we are currently facing in South Africa has brought into sharper focus the fault lines of inequality, income deprivation, asset poverty, and the lack of skills and economic opportunities among the majority of our people. These prevailing conditions that have been occasioned by the challenges that plague ESCOM have had numerous negative effects on the South African agriculture, agro-processing sector, and the food security at large. Honorable Deputy Speaker, it needs to be noted that a reliable power supply is a vital component of the sector's irrigation and water treatment activities such as harvesting, cold storage, livestock slaughter, poultry breeding, and dairy production and processing. These rolling blackouts affect all these activities and inevitably create inconvenience and cost implications to the final consumer. This matter is further exacerbated by the rising cost of living, which then in turn poses a serious threat, particularly to food availability and food access. Honorable members, it needs to be further noted that nearly half of the agricultural income is dependent on irrigation. And that translates to a similar share of jobs being at risk within the agricultural workforce. We are talking about 860,000 jobs in the sector. Small-scale farmers have of course been the ones that have been hit hard the most, as there are currently no government initiative put in place to try and offer assistance to them. Recently, Stats SA have published the consumer price increases for February 2023, and it shows that products have become more expensive over the last year. This includes, amongst others, your onion at 44%, maize meal 34.7%, samp at 29%, bread flour 27%, and cake flour 26% respectively. Those percentages indicate the rising costs to food. And all these are agricultural products. Honorable Speaker, we are sitting on a ticking time bomb. Given the input of the honorable members over the contextual matters, and in particular this area of the economy that is not growing. The ANC at its sixth National Policy Conference resolved that farmers, is it the sixth? I'm sorry. Resolved that farmers must be given the necessary support to attain water rights and be able to take produce to market, including for export. There is a need to expand export markets for various agricultural products. The ANC further resolved that there is a need to accelerate the process of bringing underutilized land into production. And in doing this, an important role can be played by establishment of a new Land Reform and Agricultural Development Agency. This also speaks to having the necessary strategies put into place to increase the productivity of land in communal areas. And it's an area that is often not given much attention in terms of the comprehensive support, Deputy Speaker. In a few weeks, the MEC for Finance tabled his 2023 budget speech, wherein he stated that the sector is one of the sectors that had greatly contributed towards the province's GDP, with a high volume of jobs created during this past year alone, standing at 20,000 employed persons between Q3 and Q4 of 2022. And by the end of 22, there were an additional 133,000 net additional jobs created. Kwaba, I think it speaks for the majority of citizens of this province when I say that it is high time that government redirects its resources into Dr. Da. The ANC in the January 8th statement declared this year themed to be the year of decisive action to advance people's interest and renew our movement. It is high time that our government becomes decisive in advancing people's interest through Dr. Da. As I had mentioned before, apart from being one of the most vital departments in terms of food source and job opportunities, farming is a way of life for the people and has been since the beginning of time. Honorable Speaker, the Portfolio Committee conducted public hearings in the Sandys River Valley area in September 2022. And the purpose, amongst others, was to intervene in the labor crisis in the area by bringing together the affected stakeholders and finding a lasting solution to the challenges faced by the farm workers in that area. Also visited areas, Additional to that, we also had to visit some projects in the Willow Tree Farm, Siapambili Farm, and Tongana Livestock Farm. And in the Kirkwood community, where the strike was felt the most, over the issues of a dispute on minimum wage, unfair labor practices, signing of contracts under duress, hiring of 70% of immigrants, and only having 30% locals. That made a situation to spill over to the community in that area. A meeting with SANCO and other stakeholders revealed that police and the relevant departments, such as Home Affairs, Department of Labor and Employment, were being blocked and undermined by the Growers Association, wherein rogue elements were used in thwarting the strike and pushing back the demands of the workers. Even after the matter was referred to the CCMA, there have been unexplained delays. And by that making it a biggest pushback insofar as what we normally have as an experience in this country of a social, what we call social compact, where labor and employers would always find each other. So the arrogance that was shown by the employers in that area had indeed made the situation untenable. Deputy Speaker, moving forward on Willow Tree Farm that was purchased by the department and an agreement that is in place with Sanders River Citrus Company to manage the day-to-day operations of the farm. We have seen progress. However, there is a concern that the support provided by the farm, rather to the farm by the department, particularly the manner in which it is funded, does not make strides towards self-sustainability. There seems to be some comfort in terms of the process itself, that it doesn't take long, as it also carries some in it. The department needs to work closely with the farm and bridge the gap where it falls short. On the second farm, Siapambili, that is in Nomatamsanga Ado area, the beneficiary needs financial support to be able to cultivate the land and establish orchards. On Mount Robert Farm, which is a plus acquired in 2018, there is a serious challenge of water on the farm, and we are urging the department to come closer in terms of assisting that farmer. And it's one of those beef farms that the chairperson has spoken about earlier on. Stock water is an issue. And the Mtongwana farm that was started in 1989 on 894 hectares, yes, the department is providing the technical advice and the vet services as well. And although the farmers in the area have bought the farm, they have not yet received title deeds. And it's a matter that they find it would help them to secure capital. The department must coordinate this matter and interact with a new Landuka now, in the with Dr. Da National Nobel, in order to fast track the process of issuing title deeds to the farmers. That is Dalrit, Honorable Deputy Speaker. And the last part, and to conclude, Deputy Speaker and Honorable Members, we are saying as the African National Congress that the issue of roads, not only to support farming activities and enabling the transportation of goods and services, but the entire economy of the province has to occupy a center stage in the Eastern Cape, more so the rural roads, so to speak. And we are urging this cooperation of all departments around this area, inclusive of the municipalities, both the district and LMs, to ensure that they are not only constructed, but they are also maintained to the level in which they remain usable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Luana. I will now invite Honorable MEC Peters to conclude the debate.
Good afternoon, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Acting Premier, all members of this august House, and all DG and all officials that are here. But I would like to convey a message to Honorable Zinde that in future, when she comes to the podium to address this House, she must have facts and not distort information. Go back and read the policy speech under extension technical support. There you'll get everything that you've said here. And maybe you do not know the difference between Delrad and Dr. Da. The National Department, it's a Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. And in the province, we've got the Department of Rural Development and Agrarian Reform. Okay. And I've said yesterday, as the department, we've set aside 45 million for the appointment of 121 extension officers for a period of 3 years. And we've already appointed 85, and the 36 were still verifying their qualifications. History, Deputy Speaker. On the 29th of March 1977, there was a meeting of Southern African liberation movements. They met with the Soviet and Cuban leadership in Luanda, Angola. Leaders of the Southern African liberation movements, Oliver Tambo of the African National Congress, Joshua Nkomo of the Zimbabwe African People's Union, ZAPU, and Sam Nujoma of the Southwest African People's Organization, SWAPO, met with the president of Cuba, Fidel Castro, who was on an African tour wherein he pledged to render material support to the anti-imperialist struggle. We know what happened, and we know what have Cuba done for us as South Africans, and more also as the African National Congress. It contributed to the liberation that we are enjoying today. Yesterday, we marked the 36th anniversary of the launch of the South African Youth Congress, ISAICO, in a conference that was attended by delegates from across the country. We remember brave young men and women elected to lead the youth movement under the leadership of a giant, Peter Mokaba. This was the birth of a defying generation of young lions that kept our revolution alive even during the darkest moments of the state of emergencies. This is a generation of heroes and heroines who heeded to the call ka O.R. Tambo eti, render the country ungovernable and apartheid unworkable within the broader context of the mass democratic movement that collapsed the minority government. The day could not just go by unnoticed. Had it not because of their sacrifice, we wouldn't be gathering here today to discuss progress of a non-racial, non-sexist, democratic country in which all its people live in harmony. We salute them. Abalweli bamalungelo abantu ingakumbi impula zikalujaca. It is on this same day of commemoration that the President of the Republic, His Excellency, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, was in the province, accompanied by the Minister of Culture and our Premier, to assess the impact of recent floods that have claimed lives and damaged infrastructure. The provinces, especially in Port St. John's, Inguza Hill, Nyandeni, and King Sabata Dalindyebo, have been affected by heavy rainfall over the past week. The floods disrupted critical infrastructure and services to water and electricity supply services, teaching and learning, as well as roads and bridges that collapsed. This has affected our farmers and has caused serious damage. Certainly a reaction to damages will move with speed, as the Commander-in-Chief has seen for himself. We thank the President for deciding to visit PSJ and see the extent of damage in person, driven by the powerful spirit of the generation I have mentioned above. Truly, the spirit of the dead lives forever and is stronger than you could imagine. No kabifilinje basatete. We extend our condolences to all families who have lost their loved ones during the floods and wish all those injured a speedy recovery. Honorable Deputy Speaker, on the report tabled here today by the Portfolio Committee, a great work performed by all those who played part in trying to resolve challenges is greatly appreciated. We wish to sincerely thank the leadership of ISANCO for playing a vital role in trying to bring a lasting solution to the conflict that had a potential to claim many more lives, which are way above the two, which is also regrettable. Dithetha ke ISANCO bikhokhelwe ku-Honorable Duba njengonobhala wayo apha ephondweni. We also applaud the stakeholders for their cooperation during those difficult times. The role played by honorable members of the Portfolio Committee during the visit has also assisted a lot. We are really glad that parties who are about to march out of the process have now decided to cooperate. The now is over, but negotiators will continue to do their work and provide assistance so that what we experience does not take place again. The department is in constant communication with the Department of Labor to ensure that it is visible in the farms and that information to farm workers and farmers is always available. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the department is committed to support the distressed citrus farmers by implementing farmer support to revive their orchards and operations. In the current financial year, a total of 12.4 million has been set aside for this intervention. As I indicated in our budget speech yesterday, the department, working with farmers, industry players and stakeholders, will be developing a comprehensive citrus plan. And in the next financial year, we're setting aside 8.4 million to support 16 farmers in Sarah Parkman and 15 in Amatol for maintenance and rehabilitation of their orchards to ensure export quality produce. Furthermore, 2.9 has been set aside for infrastructure development and expansion of orchards in Amatol, Ekrila Nase Creekhead Farm. And in Sarah Parkman, we'll do boreholes and hail net for 3 Pence Farm. In addition, Creekhead Citrus Farm will be supported through mentorship program to become commercially viable and sustainable. Once again, Honorable Deputy Speaker, we sincerely thank the Portfolio Committee for their oversight work. All of us should work towards the same goal, which is development of our country. In order to achieve this, we must all strive for transformation so that we live in harmony, knowing very well that there is no oppression of one by another, but uplift each other for better tomorrow. In whatever we do to find solution to any change, we need to first acknowledge that we as a country, we are a country that is still healing from human rights violation. Always remember Nelson Mandela's words, open quotes, out of the experience of an extraordinary human disaster that lasted too long, must be born a society of which all humanity will be proud. Our daily deeds as ordinary South Africans must produce an actual South African reality that will reinforce humanity's belief in justice, strengthen its confidence in the nobility of the human soul, and sustain all hopes for a glorious life for all. All this we owe both to ourselves and to the peoples of the world who are so well represented here today. He further wrote, to deny people their human rights is to challenge their very humanity. So we're saying to white farmers in the citrus belt, as a Sarah Parkman, they must allow workers to belong to unions. It's their right. It is there in the Constitution. So, mayingezaphi DA izothetha nje, whereas those are members of the DA who do not allow workers to belong to unions. Ningakhala ke nina nikho nasenkonfeni abelungu bayogqiba ngani. And also, Honorable Zibula, you do not contest elections in the podium. You contest elections there. Take your manifesto to the people, not here. Because here we're not going to vote for you. We're going to vote for the African National Congress. We acknowledge the report and will respond within the stipulated period. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. I now put the report, honorable members. Any objection? Thank you very much. Honorable members, just before we conclude, let me further acknowledge the presence of the Director General of the province, Mr. Sogoni. We know that by virtue of your presence, the entire administration is here. From sweeper to the HOD. Siyabulela Zulu. Also, we've been reminded by the Honorable Speaker that today is the birthday of Honorable Zelanga. I just want to say to you, sir, in youth we learn, in age we understand. As you continue to age, there will be a lot of understanding. May God continue to give you strength and much more wisdom. Thank you very much. Lastly, honorable members, the season is changing. The fever is on the rise. As parents now, I just want you to take heed to this advice that look after them so well and after yourselves as well. Le fever ilapha phandle ifuna ukuba serious. That concludes the discussion on this matter and the business of the day, and the House will adjourn until tomorrow, Thursday, 30th of March 2023 at 10 o'clock for the consideration of reports and debate on motions. The House is now adjourned.
EPP.